directed towards staff. You're not on the EPCC, so it's fine.
It's on now. It's on now, so.
Stop. I can't unsee that. Oh my God.
Drew looks like Rachel Maddow. That's been bugging me, and I just figured it out.
I can't unsee that. Damn it, Adrian, I can't unsee that.
No, let me plug this.
I can't.
I'm still working hard. We're kind of working off of a laptop here. So we're
You
gonna
have
be
to
able
be
to.
on your best behavior.
He's smiling
Smirking,
now.
he's kind of trying not to smile.
Too late not to smile. All right, we have Debbie on the screen, but
Oh, there we
volume's
go.
all the way down here, so everybody's just gonna have to.
Whoa.
We lost the screen.
The plug is not.
There it goes. Oh, lost it again.
So we got the board here, we're here in Grand Rapids, and we've got you on the agenda for the next hour to debrief us on your report and let us know how we did.
Okay, great, thank you. Is that reverberating on your end or just on my end?
It'd be yours. Yeah, I don't.
Just me? Okay, all right, I will work around it then. Well, first, thank you all for the time and energy you're giving to your organization, and going to Grand Rapids for the meeting is a big commitment, so thank you for that. I wanted to just walk you through the highlights of the operational review that I did the last few months on your behalf. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you. And I wanted to just take you through sort of the logic of it and the pieces of it. So I reviewed a lot of documents in preparation for it, and obviously you're aware of your current situation in terms of the financial situation that you're in, and in the abruptness at which the last year left, and the dynamics that places you in terms of reputation with members and donors. So I also looked longitudinally at the decline in support from 2022 to now. And so I'm going to try to hit the highlights of the report for those of you that haven't had time to digest it all. I'm going to start with one of the biggest situations I think that is not healthy for any nonprofit is when the board chair serves as the CEO. And I gave you a couple of reasons for why that's not considered a best practice, and feel free to stop me at any time. Stephen, you can moderate if somebody raises their hand, because I can't see everyone.
Well, Ms. Bell was just raising her hand.
Okay.
Ms. Mason, I think that's somewhat a function of our bylaws. Someone could pull up the bylaws, but I do think that is something. We have to work around what the bylaws say.
Got it. So I recognize that you have existing constraints like that, Karen Ann. Thank you for pointing that out. I've given you a list of recommendations that are yours to take action on or not, but I do recognize that some of them would require or might require bylaw changes or policy changes. I'm aware of that. My role as an external consultant is to share with you best practices and things that I am recommending based on getting you to a better place. And again, it will be your choice which of those, if any, you choose to implement. The model of the board chair as a CEO is kind of an outdated one. The reason is what organizations have realized is there is better vision, alignment, and execution by a board when the board chair serves as a leader and moderator, but not as the CEO. that way you're not implementing the board chair / CEO's vision. The board chair is working in partnership with your executive director, CEO, and executing the full board's vision. And so it is a I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, no one will speak.
Oh, okay. And my observation is in putting all of those pieces together that if you could move to a model where you provide your executive director with more of an executive role, and that person is responsible in partnership with the executive committee in executing the full board's vision, I believe that you will get yourself to a better place. And by getting to that change and using collective vision, you will have functioning committees as well, and you'll have increased buy-in. So obviously the key impacts that you've seen right now financially are in declines in membership, declines in sponsorship or donations, and some dysfunction on the board. So a great best practice to look at is, well, what is the role of the board? And really it's around vision alignment and execution. Oversight of execution and volunteer role execution. And vision is best established when you guys do that as a collective body. You got a great start of that last summer on the strategic plan. I'm advocating that you take that energy and go a step further. And get to some specific measurable points that will determine your success. Alignment is when your committees are working on the work that advance the organization, and they have deliverables and metrics, and staff alignment supports that as well. But it's all driven by your strategic plan and your annual plan. Execution is largely the role of staff with board-supported committees. And ideally, you'd like to get to a place where more of the strategy execution could have a greater depth of staff role. There is a staff role already, but there are sometimes oversteps, or what feels like oversteps to staff by board members. In terms of accountability and metrics, when you have a strategic plan that's working and when you have a board collective vision, that allows you to say, okay, our strategic plan is where we want to head in the next 3 years. What do we want to get done this year specifically to reach that? And that's what drives your committees and your committee metrics. And then you can have, Hannah has been working on the dashboard for different metrics, and she can include board committee metrics in that as well. And there needs to be a greater response to calls for urgency. So you right now have kind of an emergency situation in fundraising, and there was a call for board members to each get involved and make calls. And Hannah set up the structure to make that easy for everybody to do fundraising calls. And that is every board member's responsibility. It's not just a few people that should be responsible for that. And as of the time I did my review, only one person had really delivered any money at all or reported on the calls. That may change. This report was submitted as of April 28th. One is for every board member to pick up an oar when you're in an emergency. If you're on the line, everybody needs to pick up an oar and try to paddle towards a better future. I gave you some very specific findings in terms of the financial. You may have already acted on some of these, so Stephen, I don't know if you want me to go through them in detail or just
For the financial
say specific, I'm sorry.
For the financial overview and the points.
We can go over that.
Okay, so for those of you that are tracking along, I'm at the bottom of page 6, and obviously getting rid of your former headquarters is a priority. That will help you with about $5,000 a month in cash flow. Creating a sustainable fundraising strategy where board member activity is defined and you have some staff activity. I know you're underway trying to do fill a role there for support in that. Looking at your convention revenue, your commissions kind of clouded the fact that underneath that perhaps the financials weren't as great because you did really well in 2024 with your convention, better than budgeted. And membership is really a category that needs some research and strategy. And I think you're not the only political party that's struggling with that right now in terms of who are we, what are we going to achieve, what do we want to stand for, how are we articulating our message, and how are we living our brand as a board, as leaders. And that's hard work to do that, but it's going to make a difference in making it easier to attract new members and maybe to get some of the lapsed members to come back. Developing that credibility and trust again, so that people want to invest and large donors will want to make contributions because they see the board coming together as one, and they see the board having a collective vision, and they see the board working in a professional way that's indicated externally in media and social media as well. So my recommendation was to find, I recognize that you are a party of differing tribes. I get that. Many political parties are parties of differing tribes. But for a political party to succeed, or for any business to succeed, you have to find areas of commonality and build on those. And I'm suggesting that some research could probably help you with that. And then when you find those areas of commonality where you have larger consensus, that gives you the opportunity to develop your fundraising strategy around those things. And, PDR is a great opportunity. Getting more candidates out in the field is something I think everyone can rally on. But what else? What else is there that you can find that consensus on? Obviously, getting your targeted reserve to where you want it would be great. And there are some best practices around that as well. I also interviewed the staff. I spent a lot of time with Hannah, who was wonderful, by the way, and organized, and her approach at staffing is highly, highly respected by the staff and consultant members. And I want to say that you are obviously understaffed, and in order to fix that, you have to raise more money. In order to raise more money, you've got to find those points of consensus, and you've got to repackage and rebrand your board's reputation in terms of being leaders and consensus builders among members. So staff at the time that I interviewed them was having a difficult time with some of the board behavior that was being demonstrated on social media, and then sometimes demonstrated in board committees as well. Hannah, as the executive director, got huge support and praise from staff, particularly in how she approaches organizing their work and holding them accountable. They talked specifically about the systems and metrics she's put in place to keep them focused, and how her daily and weekly meetings with them also keep them all in alignment together. I will say that because you are understaffed, your existing staff is feeling that pressure. And in terms of when they get extraneous requests, it's harder and harder for them to answer those extraneous requests that are outside of the committee templates for work product. Obviously, you know you have some challenges in IT, and communications needs to grow for the organization. And those are two very, very critical areas to address, which you are addressing. But again, the ability to fundraise will solve a lot of these things. Your ability to find those elements of consensus, to develop an annual plan, and to go raise the money, to be passionate about moving the organization out of the bog that it's in right now, would be really, really terrific. I also took a look at contract review of contracts. I know your committee is doing that as well. There were some small inconsistencies, but nothing, honestly, nothing huge, with the existing staff and contractors at the time. And, you know, the things that the executive director has implemented have really made a difference. And I outlined some of the specific examples that the team had given there. In terms of efficiency and infrastructure, I don't know how Hannah gets done what Hannah does get done, but she is one of the most super organized executive directors I've ever worked with in terms of this type of project. Her systems are in place, her filings are in place, she can find things easily. Her use of Zoho is actually really brilliant. She's doing some things that I haven't seen other people do with Zoho that have made a difference for the staff in terms of focus and in terms of accountability too. And I think, you know, one of my takeaways from the staff I would share with you is they wish that the board had the same level of accountability in delivering on things that it sets as its goals that it expects of them. That would feel like a true rich partnership, and they would certainly appreciate seeing more of that. So my recommendations really are looking at creating that collective vision for the 3 to 5 years. You've got a starting place on your strategic plan, taking a deeper dive in that. To really commit to unified messaging for the organization, commit to a standard behavior that demonstrates, you know, really emotional intelligence at its very basis, and lead by example by contributing in the fundraising efforts and making a difference. The only way you're going to get yourself out of this hole is to do those things, and fundraising won't work until you do those things. If people continue to see drama at the board level, they're going to continue to not feel confident contributing or coming back as a member or joining as a new member. People want to be a part of a functional, healthy, successful group. And then strategic planning is not a one and done thing. Every year you need to be tracking on where you are in your plan. Your annual plan is a piece of that. What do we want to get done this year? And the continued evaluation of committee work. Is it in alignment with the strategic plan? Is it advancing where we need to be this year in order to reach our goals in the strategic plan? You need a very aggressive fundraising and membership effort. Once you get the board settled and that vision and finding those points of commonality, then it will be much easier to message and fundraise. And for board members that aren't fundraising, identifying the barriers. Do they need some training? Do they need help? What do they need to participate fully in it? And then giving some operational stability by giving Hannah more control of execution of approved plans and approved budgets without disruption. So during the months that I was working with you, several major initiatives were 80 to 90% done, and then were stopped, and or were put on hold to tackle something else. That is super demoralizing for your staff, but it's also a huge waste of the limited resources that you actually have. And at some point, you know this, you've talked about it when I've been there with you, you have to invest in better technology. Your ability to communicate is the essence of what you got to be able to do, and having a functional data system that allows you to maintain information about your donors and members and encourages them to open doors to others is really important. So those are the basis of my report. I feel for you guys. I've worked with other organizations that have been in this kind of conundrum, and it is sort of a step-by-step approach to piecing your way out of it. And I'd be glad to hear your comments or answer any questions that you might have.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you so much. I probably should look this way. Thank you so much. Your report is outstanding and illuminating. I'd like to ask a quick question. There seems to be kind of two directions the board can take right now. One would involve basically trying to pass a bunch of rules to try to project these behaviors and these problems onto one another and try to set rules to not have that happen anymore. Another direction we could take is to look at a kind of standing decentralized contract that would allow us to have operators on the ground across the nation that we could use to mobilize our networks on a local level. And using that to target intelligently and apply our strength intelligently to key winnable districts to gain momentum, to get coyote skins hung on the fence. That seems to be the crossroads that our board is at right now. And that decentralized effort, if done properly, if we're having these people build lists, gather people, we also are having them make fundraising asks with networks that they know. They're able to draw this out for us without us having to go as from outside. That's what I'm looking at, and that's what I'm taking away from your report. And I wanted to know if you felt like that was a accurate representation, and if you feel like that, just based on your experience and familiarity with PDR, if that would be a viable implementation strategy. Vision.
I'm going to take that up just one level because there's a lot of good meat to that idea. What I would say to you is part of the dysfunction that you all have starts with how you allow people to come on the board. It's basically a political race. Having a job description that says, this is what the secretary does, this is what the treasurer does. By the way, those things are in your bylaws. But to say to people, if you want to come on our board, this is the expectation. There's X amount of meetings a year. You got to pay to get yourself there. There's an expectation that you're a working member of a functional committee, and you're held accountable for that. It's almost like you have to rethink, how are we getting our board in the room, and how do we fix that process?
If I may, I was elected by the 15 states of Region 1. My name's Austin Martin. I'm from Hawaii, and I flew a long way to get here. I agree that I'm not in love with the regional system. However, at this point, we're dealing with elections that are not something that we as a board can necessarily snap our fingers and control. We can look at options in convention, but really, like, the states of my region elected me because I dropped the F-bomb at a previous meeting at this board, because they're so angry at being disenfranchised because all of our efforts seem to be focused against them, and we're in constant tension with the states, right? So some of this is like a passive aggressive. They want to send a message. They want their voice to be heard. And what they want unequivocally is just to be left alone. They don't even need national to do their work for them. They want to focus on their local level issues without us getting in the way. We're so unhelpful that we're more of an obstacle than an asset. And that's the feeling that they're saying. So my question is really aimed at, how do we fix that dynamic? Because we're not just a media brand. We represent actual boots on the ground, real libertarians across the nation. And I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your response, but that's how I got on the board. And, that's not something that's within our authority to simply change right now.
get it. And I'm not suggesting that you wholesale change things. What I'm suggesting is, yes, continue to have elections by region, but the people who run could receive information about the expectations. The people who are voting could receive information about what that rule needs to be able to execute. So they're making valid decisions based on, and by the way, I'm not picking on you, you gave the example. If there had been an expectation put out there of certain criteria, you would have looked at that and decided whether you wanted to take the role or not, right?
It was understood.
It would have been different. So the other thing I'd say is I just worked with another group that had not an as extreme as what you articulated, but the dynamic between national parent, I'm using quotes there because you're not really a parent, organizations and subsidiaries, they're not really legally subsidiaries, but you know what I'm saying, boots on the ground locals, is challenging for hundreds of organizations, hundreds. You know, I can name some of the biggest brands in the nation that I've worked with on this exact same issue, because you have to build trust. And trust takes a while to build, and it's eroded like that by one stupid thing someone says or does. And it takes a while to rebuild. So I don't disagree with you that likely some of your regions don't trust national. They frame that opinion differently. So information has to come from national about where the areas of commonality are for the party, right? That requires data, which requires money to get. Once people know we're operating on a vision based on data, some of them will come along. Others of them are going to continue to watch the behavioral dynamics and make judgments around that. To your point, people give to people on fundraising. So your idea of how do we get local boots on the ground? That's exactly what board members could do as part of their fundraising effort, which is reach out to key influencers, give them the messages that the board wants to impart. Get those people involved in hosting receptions or meetings of some size and type to fundraise around those. People are going to be more likely to give to local people, but on top of that, you have to have the national appeals reinforcing the messaging too. So it's not an either or, Mr. Marks, it's sort of a little of both, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. Absolutely. I think the other side of what we're doing involves actually we are standing in the gap in the mind of our consumers, people who want our brand. They trust us because they think we're the guys fighting back the abuse of government power. But we're not actually doing that. We're far more focused on fighting each other.
I just want to give everybody an opportunity to speak.
Yeah.
If anybody else have questions, you can always come back.
No worries.
Anybody else have any comments or questions for Ms. Mason?
I want to say, Debbie, my key takeaways from working with you both in Miami and over the last few months is, number one, the board needs to create a collective vision. And I think it's possible, and to some degree, you've already taken steps to determine, what some of our goals are as a board. And, once we've adopted those goals, it's a matter of execution. So we had a meeting, we determined that fundraising and membership is our number one priority, followed by PDR, followed by Defend the Guard. Now, the ironic thing is that in order to fund Defend the Guard, to fund PDR, we need money. And right now we don't have money. So I think it is, from what I'm hearing, the board's prerogative as all of us as board members is to do whatever we can collectively in our will as the organization, also individually, to raise money and build trust, to increase staff to give them the bandwidth, because right now they don't have the bandwidth, to carry out what we would like them to carry out in order to get the money to fund the projects and use the projects to raise money and hit that upward spiral where we're rebuilding trust and providing value as an organization to our members and to our affiliates. And everything requires cash, so that's certainly our number one prerogative. And you touched on something else I wanted to mention too. Board, yeah, I probably should be writing it down too. But to your point, everything you touched on, I think, is extremely true.
What I would add is, I've been doing fundraising for a long time, and what donors respond to is a healthy collective entity that has a strategic vision that excites them, that motivates them, that lets them see hope, that lets them see possibility, that lets them see action is going to happen, right? So, you started that with PDR Defend the Garden. You have some elements that I think people could and would respond to if you can work together to have some messaging developed that you all agree to use, and you are very aggressive at spreading that messaging. Donors want to hear it. If they're major donors, they want to hear it individually, but they also have to see it. They have to see it in your standing communications. They have to hear it from board members they know. They have to hear it from multiple places to absorb it, and they have to see the action in it that can be delivered, if that makes sense.
And I remember I was going to say, the job descriptions for the board, I think, is something really crucial. The time commitments, the fundraising commitments. Is there anything else we should include in that as far as the professional and personal financial capacity of expectations for LNC members and officers?
I would include, a responsibility for fundraising. That's every board member's responsibility for every organization. I would include, obviously, the time commitment, the need to be a functional member of a work committee tied to the strategic plan, which is additional time on top of fundraising and attending board meetings. And then I would include a behavioral expectation, a code of conduct that people agree to. And you're not changing your election process. You're informing people of what the organization wants and needs to meet its goals.
Pat Fortier from Rhode Island. It's been expressed before by, I'll call them expert members. Certainly people who don't follow managerial behavior like you do or nearly at your level, but people who have sophisticated roles in the business world who happen to be libertarian. They cite the confusion and chaos that sometimes occurs because our board serves as volunteers with and sometimes underneath staff. We have board members who are engaged in day-to-day operations of the party by heading, standing, and ad hoc committees. I was wondering what your thoughts on that were and where else you've seen that, how well it works in the real world.
So I would say in the last 30 years, I've probably worked with more than 1,000 nonprofits, and every one of them has that model, where board members are volunteers, and every one of them has the model of sometimes they take direction from staff in execution of their volunteer role. It's a matter of switching habits. When you're in the boardroom, it's about policy and strategy. When you're working in your committee, it's probably more about helping staff with strategy, and maybe even tactical, depending on your skill set and the organization's needs. But that is pretty much the model of most nonprofits, unless they are super, 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 super large, like major universities, where the role is more of an institutional role, but show up at a governing meeting, talk about some things, vote on some things, and then you're done.
And to that end, Debbie, you know, I'm on the board of the Greater Key West Chamber of Commerce. That's how we met. And the way that organization runs, and your suggestion is to move away. I've heard it framed as the strong chair versus the soft chair model, or you know, strong versus weak chair model of an organization. And it seems the suggestion here is really the chair responsibility is to be sort of a liaison between the board and staff, and the board creates a collective vision where the executive director and staff ultimately carries out that vision, which creates consistency over the long term. So regardless of the next board is, at least the staff has that mission, and one person's not going to completely change that vision. So it's more about the board's collective goals. The chair would facilitate the conversation of what are those goals. Staff carries out those goals. Kind of like how, you know, a lot of cities work. We have a municipal model where the city manager is sort of in charge, but, you know, the board just kind of does more administration. So is that, could you elaborate on that a little more?
We should be more like government. Is that what you're saying?
So, there will be times when board members on the committee roll up their sleeves and go out and volunteer to do some research or volunteer to, you know, whatever the tactical thing may be. But they're doing that in the space and under the direction of staff. So I'll give you an example. I've just been working with a national organization that decided to offer investment and banking opportunities to all of its state affiliates. And some board members did some of the research, but they did it under the direction of the staff CEO, who was coordinating the work product of all of them to get a consistent deliverable. So there are times when you are taking direction from staff at a committee level, but if you had a consistent, common, collective vision and an annual work plan, your budget would be built around that, and your executive director would be held accountable for executing to that. Then I'm going to say she, because Hannah is a she, as your current leader. She's driving with the committee chairs the agendas and the work product of the committees. So she's actually working with the committee chairs to say, okay, the board expects us to deliver A, B, and C. How often are we meeting? How are we breaking these tasks down? Does that help, Stephen?
Sure. Yeah, I think so.
I don't like the label strong chair or weak chair just because I think they're pejorative.
I agree.
A better label for me, if I have to use a label, would be effective chair. In today's world, an effective chair is a facilitator, and you know, oversees the CEO executive director, but it's based on the collective vision of the board, not that person's individual vision.
Ms. Carlos and Ms. Mark.
I just had a couple quick things. I know some may disagree, but you know, as a parliamentary organization, actually the LNC is a parent organization to affiliates. You know, some people might not like that terminology, but I think it is in fact a fact. Also, just as an FYI to you, our executive director did bring this up the other day. That spreadsheet that had been made available didn't update fundraising totals, and there actually were 6 LNC members that had at that point raised money, but since that time, last night, more LNC members had raised money.
That's right. Congratulations. That's wonderful. Thank you, Ms. Harless. That's great to hear.
But Mr. Dar is still the superstar.
For now. For now. Mr. Mark.
Thank you. I just wanted to touch back on some of the that you're talking about on the board. There's some difficulty in achieving this just because of the nature of our organization. And then there's also a huge problem with trust, as you pointed out. And I can say with very strong certainty that there are at least half the people in our organization feel like the rug got pulled out from under them this year. And they're worried that all the things that we voted for are not happening. And then this board, instead of prioritizing making those things happening, we're prioritizing purging the board and eliminating behaviors that we don't like without the trust or the consensus that people would trust these decisions are actually good. We have one of the most disrespectful and embarrassing members proposing these behavioral rules. I'm sorry, not proposing, but advancing and advocating for them aggressively. Pardon me, I was mistaken.
Yeah, let's not disparage the board members.
It's not disparaging any particular board member. It's just saying that there is a lack of credibility to, I mean, I'm here on the board. I want to believe that they mean well, and I want to adopt some serious standards that would help improve the way that we appear in public. The problem is that what I'm looking at looks like a weaponized attempt to try to seize and maintain control by a small cabal of people, and not a good faith attempt to implement PDR. That was kind of goes back to my earlier question.
Too sober for this.
So the question is, how would you approach it? How would you approach it if you wanted to give us advice on how to do this with credibility without breaching trust with our constituents? What's the best way? Because what I'm seeing alarms me. I'm seeing enforced loyalty and the removal of members very easily for having dissenting opinions, which happens to be some of our jobs. We have to be able to communicate with our constituents. We get elected by having opinions about what this board does. And now we're seeing kind of an idea on how to, improve our image, mainly by, censoring board members' ability to disagree with the board. And I realize the problem is more complex than that, but like just as an example, how would you recommend that we proceed to be able to implement these suggestions without tearing our ship apart?
I'm gonna start with board members should vehemently disagree in the boardroom. That's the place for it. But when you walk out of the boardroom, your board has made a collective decision. And there's a lot in the expectations of the role of a board member, which you were not at the session last summer when I did that, but the role of a board member has, by the IRS's definitions, provides for the duty of care, the duty of loyalty. And their definition of that is, have feverish debate, come to decisions in the boardroom, and walk out with a collective voice. Do not sow dissension. If your position wasn't the winning position, it sows dissension when you're talking about something that's already been voted on and trying to change the outcome. Once you voted on something, you have a decision. And it's the responsibility of board members, it's the fiduciary responsibility of board members to put the organization's needs above their own.
And what if we disagree on those needs? That's the thing. Like, what if I have a different opinion about that? And if somebody wants to run against me and say, hey, I do a better job at this job because I disagree with the board's bad decisions about X, Y, and Z. And so do I. I fought against them hard, but I can't even talk about it because that would sow dissension. I'm not a guy who sows dissension. I'm not one of those who does that. And you can tell by just the way these people react to these comments that, there's not a lot of respect for the will of the constituents that put us here. And so they're going to continue to be angry. And basically what I'm hearing is you're advocating for a top-down approach where national basically clamps down on the states and ignores their will and imposes its will on them. And I see this splitting our party. If it's not, well, we have to keep trust.
I think it's a mischaracterization. I think what this space is talking about is the board.
I'm not saying that that national should impose its will on states. I did not say that. I talked about board member decorum and what is considered one of the 3 duties as outlined by the IRS. That's why I'm urging you to find the areas of commonality. Find those, focus on those. But there are going to be some times when organizations make decisions that some states won't like.
Sure.
And they're going to be the outlier. That is what it is for every national organization. It doesn't mean the national organization takes its path over where it needs to deliver the majority.
And it also means that the board makes a collective decision on an issue that we vote on. We don't go on Twitter, X, Facebook, media, whatever, go to our friends, and say, I disagree with the board's decision. You don't see one of the board members of Coca-Cola going, you know what, I disagree with the board. Because that would be unprofessional and bad for the business, right? So,
And actually, for most organizations, done repeatedly is grounds for removal because it violates the very tenets that the IRS sets up as the duties of board members.
Ms. Scavenge, then Mr. Chatterton, Thompson, Robbins. Ms. Scavenge.
Yes, hi Debbie, it's Kathy Anascavage. I'm wondering if you could give us some advice on how to work on board dysfunction when, and I'm not sure if you know this or not, but 2 days after Hannah emailed us your report that said it was a confidential review, it was on Twitter. Somebody from this board leaked the report and put specifically information about this from the staff section about staff and morale verbatim on Twitter. So can you give us some advice on how we should address board mistrust and dysfunction when things like that happen?
When something says confidential on it, board members have a responsibility to keep it confidential. The business materials that are labeled confidential are meant only for the board's eyes. If you have to put that in writing to explain it to people, maybe you need to do that. Because that is not an acceptable behavior at all. By anyone, ever.
Just pass a law.
And if that happened in a business situation, that person would be removed and maybe even sued.
Mr. Chairman.
Along the same lines, I think, of trying to build a credible and trusting board. I appreciate the things that you mentioned about, trying to adopt, standard behavior, codes of conduct, and such. I'm curious to hear if this is potentially a strong pathway. Is that when we considered this policy adoption yesterday, there were several, I think, reasonable concerns raised about the implementation of the policy being a little too blunt, needing a little bit further work, and all that. The folks that dissented to this policy raised those, I think, fairly, and it was pushed to our next meeting to be considered at that time with some further adoptions. Would you consider it to be an effective kind of means to build that trusting board relationship and working relationship on the time of that matter being delayed until next meeting, that one of the chief people pushing that policy proceeded then to verbally attack other board members and make insults, and then defend that behavior by making the comment, oh, we didn't adopt the policy yet, so it doesn't matter. Is that an effective way of kind of working towards building that trusting board relationship?
You have to have adults in the room.
That was also mentioned by the same individual, ironically.
There is never, ever a reason to insult someone. We all have the intelligent ability to articulate our opinions without insulting people. Why can't we bring that behavior to the board?
What would be the appropriate way to handle a board member who has repeatedly violated those standards of behavior over many months and basically their entire time on the board? After repeated warnings and slaps on the wrist, who continues to conduct such behaviors on a regular basis? What would be the appropriate way to handle that?
It's sort of like having to handle a bully in the schoolyard. At some point, you have to call it out, and maybe you have to call it out every time and say, this is not appropriate, this is not appropriate, this is not appropriate. And at some point, if that individual just lacks self-control to that degree, you know, maybe you need to have a conversation around, this isn't working for the board, you're actually being disruptive. It would be in your best interest and our best interest for you to resign. And
Adrian, it's not working out, man. It would be in our best interest to
Order,
remove
Derek,
it.
can we, point of order?
My apologies.
Mr. Thompson.
That was some impressive meta commentary with the last two questions. Layers upon layers. So I'm sorry. You mentioned earlier about it may have been Chair Taylor about you wouldn't see a board member of Coca-Cola going out and then challenging a decision the board made, and that makes sense. And I definitely think we have problems with people inappropriately raising objections outside of meetings, right? But as a political entity, and a lot of the board members being representatives for their constituents, I would submit that a political organization is slightly different in that regard, and maybe not for the best, but you might not see that with Coca-Cola, but you would see that with Democrats and Republicans, and elected members of Congress, things like that, right? Now, I would hope that we wind up doing better than Congress, perhaps, but as an example of a political entity, right, that should be getting along, you wouldn't want a congressperson removed because they challenged the way a vote went, right, after the fact, because they still want to represent a certain viewpoint, which is why they were put in place.
But I will say you having worked on a lot of political campaigns, when you're a member party, your loyalty is expected, and there are things you can speak out against, and then there are things that you can't open your mouth about.
Are there things
And that's
aside from
political reality. But I want to separate what you do around political positions from what you do in a board room. And governing is different than political races. When you come to a board room, you have on a board path for a party to govern it. Right?
right? But
And that is different. So, and I'm not suggesting you shouldn't debate, you should, absolutely.
right.
And
But then we should contain
you
it.
have
to
the
be-
opportunity to go back to your state or your region and say, look, we debated this intensely, and there were more people that found commonality in a different position. We can still have our position. I, as a national board member, am not going to be negative nationally to the governing body that made that decision.
I agree on many cases with that, right?
Yeah.
But I'm not sure how much you dug through our dirty laundry, but we had issues where we were fundraising for our political opponents. It was an ongoing breach, right? It was voted on. I was on the losing side of that, but I also feel that it was still healthy to voice dissent after the fact, because it was an ongoing breach, at least from my perspective. And when there are things like ongoing allegations of embezzlement, things like that, some which would be better handled privately, but it's also not something that I feel that we should threaten removal of someone because they disagree.
You bring up a really good point, and what I'm going to say is, it's not that you disagree. It's the way and where and how it's
I can
communicated.
agree with that.
Disagreement is healthy. Disagreement is what makes organizations stronger when it is functionally healthy. And that's the difference. Somehow, your group, as a collective group, has lost the boundaries of healthy debate. And what happens after healthy debate for organizations when people are board members? If you're just random in the field, you can criticize all you want. But if you're a member of a board, you've taken on a legal governing responsibility that your first loyalty is to that governing board that you sit on. That is the definition of the responsibility expected of board members. I didn't make that up.
Ms. Rose or Mr. Boss?
I did take notes though, Mr. Nikela. First of all, I want to express my condolences that you're dealing with a bunch of libertarians who are allergic to the word collective. Every time you say that, I see everybody twitch. I think that what some of the concerns are that perhaps you can address. First of all, with the leak of the confidential report that was abhorrent, we have no idea who did it. So there's no way to take any action on that. I think some of the concerns haven't used this word, but I think what they're getting at is maybe I slightly disagree with your duty on fiduciary, but maybe I don't, because maybe we just haven't treaded to this area. That if a board member thinks a board is violating its bylaws or its purpose, they may believe they have a fiduciary duty to use a more industry term, whistleblow about it. And we don't have adequate whistleblower protections, I think, is what some people are getting at. Also, our constituents ask us, why did you vote no on such a vote? And people are worried that if they explain their no vote, it's seen as undermining the board. And to say that you can only say, go look at the video of the meeting is not going to be sufficient with libertarians. There is a just unique culture that we have, and that's really all I had to say.
As far as, I would say, if something is egregious enough that it needs to fall in the whistleblowing category, then, certainly that policy needs to be strengthened to give people protection to feel comfortable doing that. There's nothing about loyalty that says that you can't, in a one-on-one conversation, explain the position that you took. As outlined is how it's going to be explained in the minutes, right? It's right there in the minutes. It's right there on the video. It's right, you guys make those public-facing documents. What I'm suggesting to you is, it's not that you disagree, it's the how and when and where you do it that makes it egregious. So it's one thing to have a quiet conversation with someone to explain your vote when asked. It's another thing to do a rant on a social media platform. The rant is not appropriate. The conversation when you're asked is perfectly appropriate to say, look, I disagree, here's why, I got outvoted. More people, more of the governing board went this way. That's how democracy actually works.
Mr. Boss and then Ms. Scott.
She actually just said what I was going to say. So
Okay.
Yeah, David, to your point, as Travis Boss at large, I was on the ethics committee also. I think one of the impetus wasn't so much the discussion, but the discussion would be fair, factual, and non-disparaging. So that we do appear to have functional disagreements on the public-facing side, whether that's our private, our personal platforms, etc. I agree. You can kind of, I guess you kind of said what I was thinking as well.
What I would say is, I'm wish I could do this for our entire country. We've forgotten how to debate ideas instead of disparage people. We've forgotten how to debate positions based on their merits instead of making things personal. And when we lose our responsibility as human beings to recognize that everybody can have different ideas, and we debate those on the merit of the ideas, we lose decorum. And once you lose decorum, you have to agree on a set of practices for how, look, we know there are dissenting opinions. How can we debate in a healthy way all of those different opinions so that the pros and cons can stand for themselves without the level of emotion that's introduced and without the level of attack that's introduced, because those things erode trust.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with that. On something besides the decorum thing, which I already voted on. You mentioned earlier that there were some issues, and if you can't speak on this publicly, that's fine. You mentioned that there were some issues that staff had with board members, with some behaviors and certain requests of staff. Could you speak on that some, or is that too confidential?
I can give you a couple of examples.
Okay.
Staff often gets jumped on, frankly. Board members that are frustrated call them and vent.
I didn't know that was a service they provided.
That service you provide them is,
They'll bill you by the hour.
no, I was talking to her as the boss.
Hey, Drew, pick up.
In working with you all, sometimes you cross boundaries with them by venting with them about other people, about decisions made on the board. They can't influence an outcome or those things at all, and they have so little time, and they are so dedicated to your organization that it is super discouraging to them to waste a minute of it on negativity like that. And they fervently wish that they would see, in their terms, the board would grow up and behave like adults.
Thank you. Wish the same thing.
I believe we're at the end of time for the report here from you, so thank you very much. I want to respect your time today. Stephen just had to step out, so we'll end the broadcast now, but thank you very much for the
Thank you, Debbie.
report.
Thank you.
I'm let her have this on this. We need you.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
We need
So
you.
you want to come? Sure.
Please, and it has been my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Do we need a recess while we reset?
I don't, but Vice Chair Dar,
We do 5 minutes.
5-minute recess? Yeah.
I do have the results of the bylaws election. If you want to announce that first or after the recess.
Let's do after the recess. Thank you. 5-minute recess.
Just an FYI, for alternates, there's a 4-way tie that's going to require a dice roll.
Ew.
So we just do a runoff?
No, we have to wait till.
You're live.
Well,
No, you can
Oh, I
change it.
can change it.
Yeah, yeah, actually, you want to go the other way.
All the way to
All the way to the right, 1500.
Facility, is that at a time certain, or is that?
Yes.
Okay, what time is that?
That time certain, meet at 4:03 in the lobby. And then we'll do hotel first. We'll have Joe Ron, who's the guy who runs communications, so we really want to honor his time. He's coming specifically to that rooms. And then about 4, we're going to go over to the information center.
I will just say that then I will not be at the tour.
I will do
I'm
that.
sorry.
I was under the understanding that it would be much earlier. I have to leave here at 4 and I have to pack luggage and get an Uber.
Okay, let's get
Yeah, you know, I understand the tricky thing was balancing all of this and also them coming in on the weekend.
Would
Sure.
it be possible to see if that could be rescheduled, Ms. Ford did, with the gentleman to sometime earlier in the day?
I don't know, I mean, are we gonna,
It's up to the body. I mean, if we wanted to, what we could do is we could basically recess to an all-night meeting.
Well, we're gonna have to at some point. I mean, if we just get started now, we can get through as much as possible. If Mr. Ford can reschedule to work with, I'll finish this by Zoom, because we haven't gone through, not even a new business we're not even through a new business with previous notice. We're at the second motion for that, so.
Personally, I think that's a good idea. I was optimistic that we could finish this agenda by 1 p.m. All right, come on. I'm a comedian, you say you're in Malibu.
We saw how yesterday went. Come on, Mr. Redpath. Come on. That was very optimistic.
Let's see how far we get, and if Mr. Ford can reschedule,
the people running the hotel, literally all of them. Doing that, yes, all of them. Cost us a
That last drink.
Yeah, we're up for Mr. Malzahn.
no, first,
You would have
All
to-
eight of them.
all right, so
Would you like me to go before you while you're going?
orders of the,
It's just 2 minutes.
Well, you do have 2 hands. That works, right?
so orders of the day are we have a tiebreaker for the bylaws committee that we have to address before we can get to the policy manual amendments we left off yesterday. So, Ms. Hartman, would you like to walk us through how we're gonna?
Well, I'll say the 10 that were elected, it doesn't matter the vote counts because they're not ranked. But the alternates are ranked and there was a 4-way tie. So we need to select 2 of them in order of rank. So the 10 that were elected were Karen Ann Harlos, Chuck Moulton, Sylvia Arrowwood, Rob Latham, Andrew Colstein, Paul Darr, Kyle Davis, Data Logan, Amanda Griffiths, and Jeff Niels. The 4-way tie for the 2 alternate spots were Mike Lopez, Tom Roulette, Michael Seebeck, and Bryce Vaughn. So we need to, I have my 20-sided die, and we need to tie break.
Mr. Redpath?
I move that the tiebreaker be done by open vote when the secretary can get to it.
Is there a second?
A second.
I have a point of order. Well, no, I withdraw. We can appoint alternates at any time. We had to do our 10 today.
I mean, I'm somewhat facetious in that, but I would say sometime during this week, we should do this by open vote.
It would have to be a 7-day ballot though per our bylaws, which is fine.
Is that going to hamper the bylaws committee?
No, we have the 10. We have the 10.
I would move that this be conducted within the next week by vote. Using approval.
Second.
Any discussion on that? Any objection? We'll go to the vote. All right. Let's see if we can keep it.
We're elected chair, secretary chair.
Look at that speed.
Yeah, the LNC needs to
Who would like
elect
to
the
do the
temporary
die roll?
chair.
I like the bylaws chair, or at least temporary chair.
Temporary, the bylaws committee elects its permanent chair.
So I think that'll.
I'll move to elect Kyle Davis
Is there a second? Wait, you want to do a ballot?
as the chair. As the chair, we have a temporary chair.
So we have to appoint.
Nominations.
I'll move to appoint Kyle Davis as chair of the bylaws, temporary chair of the bylaws.
Does he want to do it?
Sure.
Does he know?
We'll find out.
It's temporary. They're going to elect their own chair once their first meeting anyway.
Kyle Davis.
Any other nominations for the chair?
On the 10 that were elected,
Correct.
did we get a notice of those in the email?
We just read them out.
Just read them out?
Yes.
I just read them.
Yeah.
And the votes will be recorded in the minutes.
If we could get them up on the screen, that would be really
I
helpful.
would have to type them out. If I could read them out.
Gotcha.
Yes.
Sorry.
Karen Ann Harlow, Chuck Moulton, Sylvia Arrowwood, Rob Latham, Andrew Kolsky, Paul Dar, Kyle Davis, Data Logan, Amanda Griffiths, Jeff Neal.
Thank you. I would not. So, would. There's a second.
Any other nominations? Going once, going twice, so 3 times, nominations closed. So we,
Well, we do a approval voting, so people raise hands, we count, and so.
All right, so we'll do it approval. So we'll start with Kyle Davis. Everyone who would like to nominate Kyle, please raise your hand.
Great.
For instance. 2, 5, 6, 7. For Karen Ann Harlow, raise your hand. And for Sylvia Arrow, raise your hand. Chair. Like Mr. Davis is doing term.
For the record.
It's too late.
This is what we can't be done by one. This is what I was.
No, I don't think it would change.
So,
All right, so next on the agenda is the manual that we were on yesterday.
Mr. Chairman, I think we're out of time on that. I would 60 minutes consideration of motions 2 through 9. So, any objection to 60 minutes? Hearing none. We'll move on to motion number 2.
Objection to 60 minutes.
Motion to the FSC.
All right, so thank you, Mr. Chair. Common sense motion number 2. So we have, as you can see on this, oh, it's on the screen, just kidding. I'll just read it really quickly. So I will add subsection 9 to section 104, committee scope and responsibilities. This is the creation of a new subcommittee, Financial Standards Committee, otherwise known as FSC. The FS shall be informed of and approve all new expenditures under consideration to determine necessity, practicality, and state in the chair's discretion. This shall include, but not be limited to, transactions, agreements, or contracts being considered by the chair, the XD, the LNC, the executive committee, and any subcommittees, excluding those which fall into the purview of the EPCC or section 1.06, legal matters, subsection 2, authorization and management of lawsuits. The FSC thorough review of all bank statements, financial records, processes, and expenditures of the party on at least a monthly basis, but no later than on a quarterly basis. Focus shall be specific to cash disbursements, examining payees, evaluation of amounts to ensure consistency with authorized expenditures and adherence to the LNC's financial policies. This review shall be documented by the FSC. The FSC shall be available to the chair and to staff to discuss any of the aforementioned under consideration before such proposals are brought forward before the XD, Executive Committee, or LNC.
Motions or a second?
Oh, I'm sorry, and I will just add really quickly, so if this was adopted, because it would create a new subcommittee, there would be additional new language above the subsection 1 committee appointments, which would be adding a financial standards committee. The size would be 3 LNC members, one of which will be the LNC chair, so there would be an election of 2. The treasurer, I'm sorry. The chair would be ex officio, of course, and the member selection would be LNC. The chair selection would be determined by the committee.
Motion, is there a second? Second. Would the speaker motion still go?
No, I think it's very clear why this is necessary. The reasoning for sake of time, I would entertain any questions and discussion with the chair.
Mr. Redpath, Mr. Thompson. Mr. Thompson, you may go first. I'll defer to you. Mr. Chairman. Pelican, yesterday you urged people to read all these, and I did. And I just want to point out, first of all, I just wanted to say that I am not opposed to a financial standards committee of some sort. All right, I think it's a good idea. Right, I think getting more people involved in the the supervision of finances is not a bad idea. But I just want to point to the first sentence of the first paragraph. The FD shall be informed of and approve all new expenditures under consideration to determine their necessity, practicality, and feasibility in accordance with the LNC's current financial status, excluding the chair's discretionary fund. I mean, the way I interpret that is that if the executive director or someone on staff wants to buy $22 of office supplies on Amazon, they've got to get permission, the approval of the committee ahead of time. All new expenditures, that is, I think it's going to be extremely burdensome and could at times greatly slow down the work of our national office. I would also say that regarding the second paragraph, first sentence, the FS bank statements, financial records, processes, and expenditures of the party on at least a monthly basis, but no later than on a quarterly basis. Wait, what? I'm not sure. I think that's internally an internal contradiction. That's how it strikes me. On at least a monthly basis, but no later than a quarterly basis. There's something rubbing there. So I have a couple of objections. I think that there ought to be some minimum dollar amount before something is reviewed here. Number one, and there needs to be a review. I don't know about a monthly basis, maybe a bi-monthly basis. I could live with a monthly basis, but it seems to me that sentence is moved up a bit. And there needs to be some sort of review. But if new expenditures need to be approved ahead of time, there needs to be a minimum dollar amount of some sort, or it's just going to go up the works of the national office. And I would be most interested in hearing the executive director on this as well.
So I can speak to those, Mr. Chair.
It would be helpful. Without objections.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is where we're at. We are in dire need of a check and balances system. I don't think that staff is going to be. So the way that this is envisioned to work, a lot of this language is pulled from the EPCC. The EPCC has a Teams chat. It's a confidential chat where everything happens in real time. So it's just like APRC. When they approve something, they do stuff in real time, right? And it's social media stuff that requires immediate attention. So people that are on this committee need to understand that you are going to be on all the time, and you need to, so it doesn't gum up the works. But this is the reality of where we are financially. We need to make sure that all new expenditures are approved. We can't just do so willy-nilly anymore. I know that might be alarming to some people, but that's where we're at, and that's the reality that we need to come to terms with. As far as the monthly basis, but no later than a quarterly basis, we should be doing checks on all of this stuff on a monthly basis, but it should not exceed a quarterly basis. So that's what that. So we should be doing this at the very least once a quarter to see where we're at. But preferably, it would be a monthly basis to do it, but it wouldn't be any later than a quarterly basis because we need to be keeping track of our finances, and that's what this committee is prized to do. So I know that may or may not assuage your concerns, but that was the thought process when this was crafted.
So I've got Thompson, Jenner, and Carlos Tranquil and Martin.
With the chairs, they just direct us directly through. Sure. Okay. Because that's where it's kind of going anyway. So a concern that I have on it is that I agree with the checks and balances, right? We definitely have issues there. I'm afraid that this check may be overreaching with it by having the committee have approval power, because you could potentially have a committee that shuts down all purchasing, right? But I would argue that the issue we were having before wasn't so much the chair having authority to make a purchase, it was that we weren't informed about it. Would you be open to not having a committee do approval, but just having it so that they had to be, so that they did the review?
Well, that defeats the purpose. So, I mean, I don't have to.
I will still require the disclosure.
Well, right, but it doesn't. So if this isn't again. So none of these motions are to disparage the current chair. I think we all know why these motions are put in place. So had someone else just said it doesn't really do us a lot of good if the chair just buys $2,000 worth of, and now I'm telling you that I just spent $2,000 on Instacart. And so now we're informed that that money was spent, but the money is now gone. And it doesn't really prevent anything. So,
But if you review it prior to execution.
well, right, and that's why it's approved. So it's like, do we need this expense? Is this something that's absolutely necessary? And that's the whole point of the whole thing. So I mean, we can be informed of it, but that doesn't mean that the money, like, do you see what I'm saying? Like, I understand what you're getting at.
I do see what you're saying.
I think that's what I said. I think we should actually keep things.
We're having lively conversation.
It was a productive conversation,
We
but I
haven't
can see
named
this,
called at all.
no,
Not
I know,
yet.
but I can see this going on for some time, so I think it's probably the business of the body.
Point of first approval,
Yeah.
I had said, I'd like to hear from the executive director on this, but she was out of the room. Now she's back in the room. And
Without objection from the board, if that's
I
okay.
just wanted to, my point was, I don't know if you were elsewhere in the room and I just didn't see.
But that regarding this, the first sentence, first paragraph, the FSC shall be informed of and approve all new expenditures under consideration and determine their necessity, practicality, and feasibility in accordance with the LNC's current financial status, excluding the chair's discretionary fund. My question was, they're talking about approving the FSC approving all expenditures.
New expenditures, new, that's key.
New expenditures ahead of time. I'm concerned about, the example, $22 bought supplies bought on Amazon. You know, I mean, does this happen?
Just as like administratively, I think if perhaps there's a dollar amount assigned, you know, that we were, I apologize, I wasn't in here for the rest of the discussion, but those are my initial thoughts. Okay.
You missed a great time.
And move to.
Mr. Jeff.
So yeah, I will make some commentary as much in line with what we've talked about. Is this proposal is being pitched as a check and balance, but by the plain language listed here, this is not a check and a balance. This is to create a committee that will be placed superior to the LNC. It will empower a small number of individuals here to have absolute control over any expenditure of the party, as just described, and as would be reasonably considered as a nightmare to execute without gumming up all of our works. We talked with our presentation from Debbie earlier about aligning behind the board vision and building a trustful relationship. This is not a vision for the board that instills trust in operations. The way it's being sold is common sense, and I believe it was specifically stated that this had been endorsed by the staff, which does not appear to be the case. It is a dishonest presentation of what's going on here. Measures in this proposal don't serve as a check and balance. It empowers a small number of people to basically run this party by decreeing outside of the visibility of the whole board. None of us here are elected to run this party on a small committee of 2 to 3 people or 3 to 5 people. And if this passes this new committee. And I object to the consideration that we would delegate that level of power to something where this entire board was elected to oversee expenses and account for those things and to have say on those actions. To say that a committee of 3 individuals could override any decision of this board if they believe it's not necessary and practical or feasible in accordance with the current financial status. So if those matters are there, that should be something that is brought before the LNC and put before the representatives that were elected to make those decisions by our body instead of trying to force this into a small number of people's hands or make those decisions outside of the accountability of this board.
All right, next I got Carlos, followed by Tremblay, Martin, Voss, Malagon, Yanukovych.
Wait, Mr. Chair, there's a disingenuous nature here. I'm gonna read the last sentence.
I wanna make sure we get everybody to speak and then we can come back around because I don't want to go back.
These are the plain text wordings right on this resolution. President, these are dead in this proposal.
Mr. Chair, there was just a lot of.
Thank you, and I'm gonna put my screen back on. I was actually looking to see if I could change my flight to accommodate the convention oversight committee schedule, and I can't, there is no flights. I did read this ahead of time, but sometimes hearing other points of view do assist. I share the same concern of approve. We're reducing a great deal of the authority of the LNC down to 3 people. And even though there's a good chance, let's be realistic with the makeup of the board, I probably would agree with those 3 people. But that's not what we were elected to do. I love the review. I love their analysis, but I think they need to then report to the LNC. And the LNC can make a disapproval. I don't have an amendment to make. This is another thing that I think that needs to go for. And I really don't appreciate the faces that are being made at my debate points. I've tried to be respectful to everybody. I think this needs to be recommitted to deal with this approval process, because the rest of it I think is fantastic.
Trevor?
It was already answered.
Warren?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would agree with the things that have already been said by Mr. Redpath, Mr. Chatterton, Ms. Harlos. Thank you guys for your comments. Also, thank you, Adrian, for working on this.
Mr. Malagon.
Mr. Malagon.
We're not friends.
Cool, good to know. I wasn't sure. This is definitely good work and I appreciate it. I share the concern that this would create a problem where a very small group of people would have just too much with the word approve at least, but it seems like there's other issues. So maybe I could go ahead and move to kick this to committee as Ms. Harlow suggested.
It wasn't a committee.
Yeah, this was just brought up by a member, so it would be in order to go with no committee then, unless you have a committee.
We could kick it to, do you have a suggestion, Ms. Secretary?
No, I think.
Is there an appetite for division of this particular one?
Can I just say that the last sentence says, the FSC shall be available to the chair and to staff to discuss any of the aforementioned under consideration before such proposals are brought forward before the
I'm going to
XD
reclaim my
Executive
time
Committee
and
or
just,
LNC.
Mr. Chair,
So-
Mr. Chairman.
Let's keep it one person, the person who's speaking, and we'll go around.
So,
Thank you, Mr.
Chair,
Chairman.
So hold on. So you're asking a question. There's no, that's not an option right now. So
Thank you. Okay, I appreciate that. It seems like there's just we've got to be careful not to become a bureaucratic, quagmire where to do simple things, it requires a bunch of people to be present and available who are not paid, who may or may not be reliable to those tasks in the future. And really it just usurps the board. So I would move at a minimum that we strike the word approve. If I could move to amend it, maybe that would help the situation a little bit. Because I'd love to see this review happen. I think we should know about what's going on, and it would be smart to have the chair submit those kinds of things before it happens, ideally. But the main thing is we just want to know, and that we have the power to approve or disapprove once we know about it.
So hold on, before you get there, 'cause I think you're debating on a motion there. Are you
Oh,
making that
I
motion?
apologize. You're correct. I'm out of order. Yeah, I would make the motion to strike the word approve.
Is there a second? All right, you can speak to your motion. Go to you. Is there any discussion on this motion? Mr. Chatterton, Mr. Thompson.
I would support the amendment. I think we would need to make some additional minor adjustments. I believe it was Mr. Redpath or Ms. Carlos's commentary about reviewing and providing feedback to the LNC to consider whether the thing should be, disallowed. I'm not. Would that maybe be remedied with shall be informed of, review, and give feedback to the LNC? All new expenditures under consideration to determine their necessity is written from there. I don't want to rush to a second level amendment, but I think we need something additional of those. Since we can't do an additional amendment, I think that wrong. But I would see that as a good way to accomplish these things.
So right now,
unless you're, what's germane right now is the amendment, because we're voting, we're technically in discussion on the amendment. So I would
Yes.
pass the whole, I hear you.
So I was suggesting
Okay.
an amendment to the amendment, but I don't know the specific words, so I'm not making that motion right now, but I was asking if anyone has suggestions on that.
I'm amenable for it. I'm open to that.
So it would be for specifically for Mr. Thompson, then Mr. Malibu, and Mr. Dar.
So if we are,
Mr. Ford, then Mr.
so if there is appetite to strike approve, I would like to suggest specifically. The FSC shall be informed of and prior to execution, review all expenditures.
So you're amending the amendment?
No, well, if the amendment should fail, because I don't want to get stuck in 12 laws. But I just wish to, I am speaking against the amendment by saying I have to.
Can you read that language again?
The FSC shall be informed of and review prior to execution all the expenditures.
Mr. Malibu?
I'm not opposed to that. I want to just remind everyone, this is not the disingenuous nature of the debate that's happened thus far. It's either because people don't understand, haven't read it, or don't understand what they've read. And again, at the last sentence says the FSC shall be available to the chair and to staff to discuss any of the aforementioned under consideration before such proposals are brought forward before the XD Executive Committee or LNC. So all of the power that, the chair has their discretionary fund, the executive committee has the ability to approve whatever, the LNC has the ability to approve whatever per the policy manual. None of that has changed. It's just that now we have a committee that knows our finances inside and out, that has the treasurer on that committee and has run everything with a fine-tooth comb. And so if they've given the green light, then it should be kind of, at that point, it becomes a matter of whether the executive committee wants to allocate those funds, because we have them for this specific thing, and it's been deemed to be a good, they can still approve or reject whatever based off that recommendation. I don't think that I'm particularly against Mr. Thompson's motion. I think that's fine. Can you read that one more time, just for the?
The FSC shall be informed of and review prior to execution all the expenditures.
Yeah, if everyone is concerned with the approved, what I don't want to happen is, it doesn't do us any good to just be informed that $5,000 were spent or $2,000 were spent after the fact, because the money is gone. It doesn't, there's no checks and balances. It's just informing us that we've already maxed out the credit card. Great, good to know. That doesn't really help the situation. So if that language makes people more comfortable, I'm not opposed to that. If approved makes people antsy and that's better, I guess that's fine. The whole purpose is to have a committee that understands our finances inside and out and can say, this is feasible, this is something that we should be doing. We can spend this much on X, Y, or Z.
Next is, I've got Ford, Dar, Johnson, right now, Carlos, Sheridan, Martin, and Kelly. So Mr. Ford.
So I wonder if it's just starting. I'd like to take a real world example that happened just 2 hours ago. I was warning the executive in that open session, to discuss providing funds for Arkansas for ballot access. Now, we did, where would this FSP fit in that whole equation? Is that before it gets to us? Is it after it? I was explain that before.
It has
It would be.
nothing to do. That's an executive committee function.
Sorry.
Who executes the expenditure would have to send it before the committee, right?
Well,
after we vote on it.
So may I address that?
Yeah.
So for instance, in the real world example that happened this morning, Mr. Redpath would have come to he would be on the FSC regardless and say, I want to encumber $14,000 for ballot access. At that point, the FSC would meet and say, okay, well, do we have the money in the ballot access fund? So they earmark. Where is this money going to come from? Do we have it from the general fund? Is it earmarked? And then once that motion is brought before the executive committee, he can say, I ran it by the FSC. They gave the green light. We do actually have exactly $14,000 in the ballot access fund. So I would like to encumber those funds for Arkansas. And maybe someone else wants to encumber them for Colorado or for Mississippi or whatever, right? But now it becomes a discussion of what are we going to do? We have the funds. Where are we going to allocate those funds? We have them and we can actually spend. We spent trying to figure out, then the vice chair made an amendment well, actually, we don't have the money, so we're going to raise the money to do it. This committee helps prevent any of that need for discussion or trying to figure out, do we have the money? What's going on? The FSC now knows that we have this money or don't have this money to execute this function. And, you know, if they don't approve it or there is no green light or whatever expenditure, then the XCOM has a right to know, or the LNC has a right to know, or whatever. We don't have this money, it doesn't exist.
Okay, sir. So I'm going to paraphrase Tom Hanks in the movie, which is the kid, right?
Big.
I don't get it. And it's not, and again, all great ideas we discussed. But if in fact, the people who sit on the XCOM are ultimately going to be the ones who channel information back to the FSB, aren't we introducing just, we have an XCOM that's fully enabled with all the people necessary to make that decision. So it's almost like we're screening for stuff that ultimately is going to be any question that will be answered by the people on the very committee who will do it. So I think we just
So I'd like to speak to the characterization there, that the LNC actually looking at and approving some of these items. As I've been now vice chair and been able to look at different expenditures and contracts that have occurred this past year, but I had no clue happened as a member of the LNC until after having the disability to see that. My concern at that point was us as the LNC have not been doing our job properly. And the concern to be expressed there was that we need to have some sort of review process. Whether this particular policy will address that or not, that is the concern that I want to see addressed. We have some sort of review process that allows us to have the visibility we need to, and to make that decision, and to know what is going on with it in the LNC. And I'm going to call the question. I didn't call all questions, I just called the question on the amendment.
Oh,
Okay, all question is not debatable, so that's majority.
No, 2/3.
2/3. Sorry, so where are we? What are we?
So we're on the amendment, which would be to strike approve.
To strike approved and replace it with nothing.
With nothing.
So that's where we're at.
So if you want
So-
Mr. Thompson, I'm sorry, request for information.
Yes.
So if we prefer Mr. Thompson's verbiage rather than just striking the word approval, we would vote down this amendment so that his amendment could
Then be considered.
Well, before we do that, we have to actually vote on whether or not to, end discussion to vote on.
Yes, this
Thank you.
vote is to end discussion.
Correct. And then vote. So all in favor of ending discussion to be able to vote on the amendment, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, the ayes have it. We'll now move on to a vote for the amendment to strike approve. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? We'll do it one more time. So all in favor of the amendment, the Martin amendment, which would be to strike and approve, raise your hand. All opposed?
Wait, did you?
I'm sorry, motion passes, sorry.
Did you motion? I was going to adopt yours.
That's why I asked the
I know.
question. I got
Wait, there was confusion. There was confusion here. So sorry, Mr. Chair, there was confusion. People didn't know what they were voting on. So,
No, you're mistaken.
so I don't think Mr. Thompson.
I apologize.
Without objection from the body, we can revote. Let's make sure that everything is kosher.
No,
Everybody's-
what,
So
we have an option, where are we? I'm
Okay.
kind of lost as to our various
All right,
options.
let's go back 2 steps. If everybody's cool with
And
that.
I'll object to another question. I think we've called it twice already.
No, the
No.
question's been called. I don't think that's what people want.
Okay, hold on, let's,
Call the question.
everybody breathe real quick.
We can divide the body and make it.
Okay, so we called the question. I think there was some confusion on the prior vote, so I'm gonna call us back to that prior vote. So right now, we are on a vote for the Martin amendment, and his amendment to the main motion was to strike and approve. So if you vote yes.
And replace it with nothing. Correct.
And replace with nothing.
Just so we're all clear.
Yes, on this amendment, you would be striking and approve. If you vote no, you would keep the original language. Once this amendment is dispensed with, then we'll move on to the main motion, which will also be amended at that time. So everybody knows where we're
And
at.
Mr. Thompson
And Mr.
had
Thompson
had
has
a
an
proposed
amendment.
amendment that it seems favorable to everyone. So if we shoot this down, he will make his
He's making
amendment.
debate, Mr. Chair.
No,
Considering the question,
Yeah.
we already voted on it.
We already voted on it, and now this guy's debating.
Hey, I'm gonna call it in order because there was some confusion. If we do it as a body, we'll end up in the same place regardless. If you have to vote a certain way, you're gonna vote there again. So let's do it quickly.
If we want to open up discussion again,
Mark,
Mr.
Mark,
Maligan.
you're not. Okay, so, Mr. Redmond.
Okay, so, I'm sorry, so we strike this, but then if this passes, are we then going to consider the language of Mr. Thompson or not?
As soon as he's recognized, he can make that motion. Anybody can make an amendment. Right.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's
If it
just,
passes or if it fails?
doesn't
Still
matter,
amend it.
it doesn't matter, because once we're on the main motion, you can make the amendment you want by yourself. So regardless of what happens next, it can be amended or voted on as is. So all in favor of the Martin amendment to strike and approve, raise your hand. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so motion fails. Amendment fails, rather. Mr. Thompson,
Right. I move to strike and approve, I remove strike approve, replace with review prior to execution. Second.
All right, motion is moved and seconded. If you'd like to speak to your motion, your amendment, rather.
I'm gonna need it again in 1 second, if you just give me 1 moment, please. Go back to the original. And what was your suggestion, please?
Mr. Thompson.
I'm going to bring this over to you, so you can just keep it my screen. Review prior to execution.
So it would still be striking this again.
Correct. It would strike approve. Replace with.
Let me just go back.
What can you do?
And then you're adding
He's trying to get you.
and approve prior to execution.
Approve.
No. And review prior to execution. Okay, thank you. I'm just gonna highlight that to keep it clear. Okay, thank you.
So with objection from the body, I'd like to recognize our executive director.
Hi, guys. Just wanted to clarify after I've been listening to some of the discussion and my comments, the nightmare portion of this is actually the review prior to execution portion without a dollar amount. So the problem being that if I need to spend $22 on physical supplies on Amazon, or if the staff, yes.
So what would you recommend? We were discussing that right now. What's the dollar amount that you would recommend?
Right, so I would say, honestly, probably, I mean, if I'm ever spending anything that's over $1,000 for sure, I'm checking with Steve or talking to Paul or something like, we're getting approval, but even that's really high. I would say maybe 600 would still be reasonable.
Okay, so.
And also I need a time frame though, because consider the fact that it might be 600 at one time, or it could be 600 spread out over a year. It's like, these things matter. It's just what I don't want to slow down is, for instance, last year we had a security problem with the website. We needed to use a new security provider. And we needed to make that decision quickly. It was going to cost us $400 over the year in order to implement this security procedure on our website, the plugin that we needed. So I gave the authorization to do it that day because it was so important. If we add these layers of complexity, that could create issues. So I would say, if you guys don't like 1,600, I think it's still reasonable.
Okay, I mean, if you're willing to do that.
Mr. Thompson, I think you already recognized it, right? And then Mr. Chatterton.
My amendment has not been seconded.
Yeah,
No,
so-
it was. It was.
I believe you misheard.
Oh, you know, I'm so sorry.
I'm not even.
I'm already hearing. I've already heard.
With this, okay, so the FSC shall be informed of and review prior to execution all new expenditures totaling over $600 per year. Would that be acceptable to you?
Yes.
That's what I thought I heard.
May I offer a friendly suggestion for the language?
I'm allergic to Mr. Malian.
May I offer a friendly
And some
suggestion?
brown.
Hold on a second. Mr. Chatterton, Ms. Harlow's, and then Mr. Fuller.
You can take me off the list, I was gonna do that.
Gotcha.
I think that the responses to a lot of these concerns being raised are gaslighting what is being brought.
Listen,
up for objection.
everybody's got to stop mischaracterizing.
That's his
It
right to
is
say
not,
that.
it is not improper to point out the fact that the concerns being raised about this, empowering a small number of people to have over authority over the LNC. And the fact that
Orders of the
none of
day.
us were, I appreciate being allowed, Mr. Chair, I would ask you to call Mr. Malagon to order. He's repeatedly making interruptions.
Second.
There's been multiple people making interruptions. I call all those members to order.
And yet there's just one that does it over and over and over. The issues that have been raised about this proposal, about turning this small committee over the entirety of the LNC, who has been elected to make the decisions about financial expenditure in the party. And to say that even elements that have to be reviewed prior to execution, all of the steps that would be involved in approving that. I appreciate that we've added the dollar threshold in consideration of that. But again, still, to have this body that would be empowered above the LNC for any expenditure that would be able to push to stop the expenditure.
Can you call Mr. Malagon to order, Mr. Chair?
And
I don't, what is he doing?
He's being disruptive.
Mr. Thompson, your point.
Is this germane to the amendment? It sounds like you're speaking against the main motion.
Yes.
I'm speaking to the fact that this amendment does not address the concerns that have been raised. So I'm speaking against that consideration to resolve the issues with the main motion. And the facts that, as these are being raised, we're being mocked by others on this board, is specifically a matter that is undermining the ability to build trust on this board and to work towards a common vision. And when that vision that is trying to be pushed through involves to essentially empower a super minority of this board to make overarching decisions over top of what we were all elected to participate in and evaluate. This is not something that inspires confidence. This is not something that is going to drive more engagement, more fundraising. None of these things are being served by the attempt to push this policy through and to misrepresent what it stands for. As people are raising concerns that are straight out of this wording that says that this committee will have greater authority than the LNC.
The amendment, I do think it layer of complexity. I just realized that this review of, and it's actually over $100 per expenditure, is already in the policy manual that the treasurer has to personally approve expenditures over $100. And officers, the technical word of officer being the chair, the secretary, the treasurer, and the vice chair, already have additional responsibilities. I urge voting down this amendment, and if it's voted down, and whether it's voted down or up, I'm going to be willing to divide the question. The part of this motion that I support is the second paragraph. That is a committee that does a review and reports to the LNC, and the LNC can then take appropriate action. It doesn't empower a three-person committee.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Can the secretary please, as a point of information, can you put that on this, what you're referring to in the policy manual?
Oh, I'll try to find it. Let me find it in the meantime, because I could be mistaken, Mr. Malagon, but I'm pretty sure. Let me find that.
While you do, Mr. Fuller.
Yeah, for the purposes of this amendment, I wonder if those could, remember on generation, what is the definition of the word, what does the word is means? You can review the definition of review. It strikes me perfectly that the word review is nothing more than a substitute for approve. And so, yes, when my conversation of the last day or two has always been to define specifically these phrases, because there's really so much room for interpretation. You may be completely honest in the honesty of the survey, but is in fact the word review tacit authorization for future boards? So what does review mean? We need to define within this motion the term review. Does review mean simply letting the body know, for example, Mr. Dar's frustration, letting him know that this exists? or this review meeting.
Can you answer Mr. Malagon's question? I had the dollar amount wrong, it was $200, but all expenditures shall be evidenced by receipts. The chair treasurer shall be required to approve and evidence by signing or email all expenses and expense account reimbursements in excess of $200 made to the executive director or LNC members. So it is limited.
And it's, well, it's reimbursement. That
Yeah.
was the whole. So that was, because I vaguely remember that, but I remember that we discussed that. It was just key to reimbursement,
Yeah.
not to new expenditures.
Apologies for my
So
over-interpretation.
I thought I missed something. That's what I was confused.
Thank
But
you.
thank you.
Ms. Scavenge.
Well, I'm just wondering when the last time was that this board approved a new expenditure. I mean, I'm hearing that this is gonna usurp the board, but when did we approve an expenditure?
Freedom.
Except,
Oh, that wasn't the
maybe
first one,
you
but
guys. have
maybe this
approved-
would have stopped that.
We approved Debbie Mason. I'm sorry, I shouldn't. I'm speaking.
Yes, Debbie Mason. But, apart from that, I mean, I don't think that this is going to replace the board's ability to vote on something. This is an intermediary step, and lots of boards have financial committees, finance committees. This is not a new thing.
Next is Martin Dar, and then I believe Brett Coward.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My main concern right now is that our report told us to listen to our staff and to take into account how this will affect their jobs. And we heard that basically this idea is a huge pain in the ass. It's not that we don't need a financial review committee. We need it, but it's the previous approval prior obligation that slows things down and makes us unable to respond. We need to trust the people that we hire and empower to do the jobs. And if we put handcuffs on them so they can't make expenditures unless they're asking for permission, I mean, look, yeah, set a threshold if necessary for prior approval. How much are you not comfortable with them spending before they need to come and get permission from somebody? And that's what we're talking about. I know, guys, I'm capable of making my own comments without your help. Thank you.
You are.
I know you don't think that.
Seriously.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to give my remarks here, but Mr. Malagon is not being very respectful of this body. Thank you. I feel like if there's any prior obligation, this is going to just be really, really slow. It's unnecessary bureaucracy. It's exactly the kind of waste that we don't want. What I think we should do is put a time limit on it for how long it takes to disclose something. So like if within 1 week or within 3 days of the expenditure, we're notified, that really helps. And then if we have a dollar limit on how much they can do, which we're proposing right now, that kind of covers all the bases. You know, if we're really worried about someone, I don't think we need to worry that much about our staff, you know, going wild. That's not really the problem. The problem is we just need to know what's going on. This board needs to be informed. I like the idea and the concept here. I can see what they're trying to do, but I think they just mistakenly have put in too much restrictive power on this, and it makes it more of a threat both to staff and to people on the board who want to know more, don't want their motions screened before they get to them, right? They want to be able to propose things and be taken seriously. I would honestly, if the member is amenable to it, it would be wonderful if we could look at, instead of prior to execution, do the review within a week. Give that committee time to actually do it, get a qualitative analysis on the spending, and then put a cap. Anything over this much requires. We already have that in our policy manual, and so it seems like this would kind of be a mistake to pass it as is. It probably just needs to work off of the existing policy manual, and that seems like a pain for our treasurer. If everything over $200, they're having to get prior permission for, right? That would be a lot of work burden that we'd be putting on him or whoever's on this committee. And for volunteers, it just doesn't make sense. That would be kind of my thing. If we had paid employees that were round the clock working on this, why not? We could budget everything and have everything already pre-approved, and then they could. But this isn't even doing that. This is, even if we allot something execution, this would have to be notified. And then we've also heard a version of interpretation that would say before it comes to the board, it has to be screened. So both of those ideas I'm not comfortable with. And I think it would be better if we just focus on disclosure.
Next is Mr. Doherty.
I don't think we're gonna workshop this from the table right now, very well, so I'm just gonna call all questions.
The motion to call up previous questions, or second?
Second.
And Mr. Chair, it is in order to move to divide even when the previous question has been called. So we can vote on all previous questions, but I do intend on moving on dividing. I can give you the Robert citation on that.
No, that's fine. Yeah.
So right now, we are on an amendment, and then we'll just make a motion to attend the.
Well, he moved all previous questions.
All previous questions.
If that passes, I am going to move to divide.
Okay. All right, there's a motion to move all previous questions. There was a second. All in favor of calling all previous questions, raise your hand. All right, all opposed, raise your hand. All right, motion to move all previous questions passes. We're now on the amendments.
I'm moving to divide. It's in order when all, it is in order,
The amendment motion, we have to make a motion.
and,
If we call all these questions, we have to vote on these questions.
no,
But
there is an exception in Roberts, but I will do it
Okay.
after the vote on the motion to
Well,
amend.
Robert,
Yes.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. So if the secretary is going to move to divide the question, can we have them all be roll call votes? Or rather, should they all be roll call votes?
It should be.
Yes.
Yeah.
As I understand it.
Yeah.
For policy amendment,
So we'll do the amendment, have the actual main motion with the roll call. So right now, we're on the Thompson amendment. And after we dispense with this, we can move on to the main motion, whether or not we decide the question. So all in favor of the Thompson amendment, which is on the screen in yellow
And red.
and red, please raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Amendment passes. We're now on the main motion.
And,
Ms. Harlow, would you like to take it?
yep, I'd like to move to divide,
Right, there's a motion to divide.
and I'll say where I wish it divided. I would like, paragraph number 1 and 3 to be together, and 2 to be separate. So it'd be the first and third paragraph to be together, and the second paragraph separately. And I'd like to speak to that if there's a second.
Second, well, I like that little paragraph. and change it back.
Yeah.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
After she speaks to her dividing the questions, this is not debatable, correct? Because we've already called all questions, so we're good to go. After she speaks to her motion, we're good, right? Correct.
Right, after I speak to it, we go to a vote.
Right, okay, that's what I think. Okay.
So, let's speak to.
Yes, I would. After hearing debate, I am not in favor of the first or the third one. I think we need an FSC. I think the FAC needs to thoroughly review everything, no matter dollar amount. And I think they need to report their review to the LNC. And then the LNC can decide whether they're going to do something with it or not. I want a review committee. I do not want an approval committee or a dollar amount committee, which is the executive director, the chair, and everyone makes their decisions, deliver a report, and if they've been bad, then we can spank them. Not at this point because of the previous question.
So, what is your nature of your?
I'm not wishing to engage in debate, I'm wishing to get a point of view.
Okay.
So should we divide it in this manner? And we wind up with the middle paragraph or not, 1 and 3. The first paragraph defines the committee, right? Like the second part, it defines the committee. So what would happen in that case? Right, because the first, right, because the first one says, shall include, not be limited to, I'm sorry, it says who's on the committee, right? So would it be up to the LNC then to appoint as we see fit?
Well, it would be, so the bottom portion that says committee name, size, selection, all that would still be the same. And then the yellow paragraph would be, what would be considered as to be the description.
Right, I considered that description of how many members and who it includes to attach to any of those paragraphs.
As a, just a point of order, can the secretary again just make clear the division of the question? What the first thing that we're voting on, just so that there is no confusion.
Okay, yeah,
So
so this passed, so let me take all that passed.
And that's, yeah, that was confusing, just to make sure that we're all on that.
None. So, the yellow paragraph is divided out and,
So you are moving right now, just to be clear, that yellow paragraph to adopt or reject that second paragraph, is that correct?
Well, we're dividing
And-
question.
So here's what would happen. So let's say, for instance, the yellow paragraph got adopted. We vote on that first, or second, or whatever. Doesn't matter. But then if the other question is also adopted, that would get put basically as a whole motion.
Everything in green.
Correct. So we're gonna vote on the green and yellow separately,
Okay.
but they could either be voted down or adopted. There doesn't need to be.
And Mr. Thompson's question was, what happens if one is adopted and not the other?
So that would be the description.
right, and I wanna make it clear that this part here that I'm highlighting, I think this attaches to all of the paragraphs. So that,
So
That-
any portion passes.
yeah, that's the composition of the
Yeah,
committee,
that bottom portion, no matter what passes, unless both motions fail.
then nothing's.
Then that wouldn't be adopted, but if either one of those gets passed, then that would.
Okay.
Okay, so we're still in motion to divide. Those two questions, there's no debate. All in favor of dividing the question, please raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. The ayes have it, motion is divided. We will now vote first on we'll vote on the first and third paragraphs first.
The green?
Yeah, the green. And since it has already been called, we'll go ahead and move on to the roll call votes.
Okay, so one moment, I want to call that motion number 2 and sorry about that. So let me just put up on the screen again, because I know people have been confused, so we're voting on the green, on
Correct.
whether to adopt the green.
Correct.
As a point of order, Mr. Chair, where are we time-wise? I have to imagine we're at the 6.
No, we're eight and a half minutes.
8 minutes.
Okay, Mr. Boss,
Can we have it on the screen?
I can't vote and have it on the screen at the same time.
All right, okay.
But let me put it on the screen again so that everyone can see. On the green,
Could I make a request?
Of course, you're.
Could it be possible for us to vote on the yellow first, since I suspect there's more consensus around the yellow paragraph than the green? Less contentious?
Up to the body.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah, let's just do it how we're doing it, because we're gonna have to do it.
so we're doing green?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're voting on the green. Does anyone need to look at it further?
One reading, please. Go ahead, read it, yeah.
You want me to read it out loud?
Please, no question.
Well, I have it right here. So the FEC shall be informed of and review prior to execution all new expenditures under consideration totaling over $600 per year to determine their necessity, practicality, and feasibility in accordance with the LNC's current financial status open paren, excluding the chair's discretionary fund, close paren. This shall include, but not be limited to, transactions, agreements, or contracts being considered by the chair, the XD, the LNC, the executive committee, and any subcommittees, excluding those which fall under the purview of the EPCC or section 1.06, legal matters, subsection 2, authorization and management of lawsuits, and attached with that, the FEC shall be available to the chair and to staff to discuss any of the aforementioned under consideration before proposals are brought forward for the XD, executive committee, or LNC.
Okay, everybody clear? Clear enough? Okay.
Mr. Boss?
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton?
No.
Mr. Dar?
Yes.
Mr. Dempsey?
What was that? He's not.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Ford?
No.
I am going to vote no. Ms. Halsey?
Yes.
Mr. Hirsch?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Pass.
Mr. Malagani?
Aye.
Mr. McGee?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Januskevich?
Yes.
Mr. Boss?
Abstain?
Mr. Dar? No, never mind, Dar voted, we don't have Dassing. Mr. Martin?
Same.
Abstain?
Yes.
Okay, so it is 8-3-2, Mr. Chair.
Motion passes. And then we'll now move on to the next item, which is the yellow block of text. Would you like us, I will read it.
The FEC shall do a thorough review of all bank statements, financial records, processes, and expenditures of the party on at least a monthly basis, but no later. It shall be specific to cash disbursements, examining payees, and the evaluation of amounts to ensure consistency with authorized expenditures and adherence to the LNC's financial policies. This review shall be documented by the FSC.
I'll move to roll call. I mean, is there objection to that action by anybody here?
No. Well, we have to do a roll call vote. Either
Not
way.
to
No, we
exemption.
Done.
Not to exemption.
I mean, if there's no objection, then I would, yeah.
I think we're unanimous.
Yeah, I think that's pretty
Does
straightforward.
anyone object to voting aye?
I think we can just go.
We can just call it. I mean,
Is the roll call all yes?
well, as just a point of parliamentary part, or as a point of order, like, don't we need roll call votes for all these PMs?
You're supposed to, bylaws.
You know what, let's do.
I'm actually asking, I
Let's
really
just do
don't.
roll call vote, just in case, just in case it gets
Time saving something happens later.
it's called out yesterday.
Mr. Boss?
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton?
Yes.
Mr. Dar?
Yes.
Mr. Ford?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Ms. Halsey?
Yes.
Mr. Hurd?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. Malagon?
Aye.
Mr. McGee?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Januskevich?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, it's 13-0-0.
Motion passes. Mr. Chatter?
I love this point of privilege, but, as we were just raising the concerns for policy manual amendments. I think yesterday when we considered the ECC amendment, we did not do a roll call. I'm wondering, is it possible to have maybe from the video, that could be recorded minutes to note that, or is there something that could be done in that regard?
I've spoken with Mr. Chatterton, and I think it's my personal opinion, not as parliamentarian, that a point of order would have had to have been raised at the time, but I am more than willing as secretary to note Mr. Chatterton's observation in the minutes and footnote.
Okay, that's fair.
As a follow-up point of inquiry, Mr. Chair, so that does not invalidate anything that happened as far as that motion is concerned?
I'm ruling it for it.
Okay.
Because we already discussed it.
We only have a minute and 52 seconds left.
I'm gonna move to extend time by, let's say, 3 hours.
At this rate, is that enough?
It's not gonna be enough. We're definitely gonna have to move to adjourn to a virtual meeting. If we're averaging an hour per motion.
Let's do
So-
30 hours.
Next one's gonna take long, I think we can probably.
Don't, dude, you just. Mr. Thompson.
4 hours.
3 hours, 8 a.m.
So there is a motion, is there a second? Is there a second, you're sitting by 3 hours?
Yes.
There's a second, all right, is there any objection? You're sitting by 3 hours.
Of course,
There's
there's.
an objection, so we're gonna go ahead and go to a vote on that. Mr. Malaga, motion to extend time for 3 hours. All in favor, raise your hand.
Is this a serious vote?
Apparently.
I mean, until we're done with this.
Just done with this.
If we finish before the 3 hour mark, we're good to go.
Yeah.
Right. And where we,
All opposed, raise your hand.
No, I oppose.
This motion, well, you know, you voted good.
You can't vote
Yeah,
twice.
motion passed.
All right. Common sense motion number 3. Bloody hell. It is to strike. It is to strike the verbiage that reads, unless those expenditures are later ratified by the LNC under section 1.05, other special approval procedures. The reasoning for this is kind of along the lines of what I was talking about with Mr. Thompson earlier. It doesn't really do us any good for the chair to inform us after the fact that they've spent more than they're authorized to spend. I mean, it's cool to know, I guess, but it defeats the entire. We shouldn't be able to ratify something that the chair broke just because he did it on the whim. Oh, thank you.
Time flies when you're in.
3 hours went by. I called the question.
Oh, please don't.
I don't call the question.
No, I seconded it already.
Oh, did you? Oh,
Yeah, the chair just didn't hear.
Yeah,
I didn't hear a second.
I seconded.
turn it down.
Maybe I hop back in behind this, Carlos. Well, I heard the call the question in a second, so, no, I didn't, okay. All right, going on to this one.
I'm sorry. I have to be.
It's not that I necessarily disagree with this, but it does nothing. R allows,
We do nothing. That's kind of our thing.
it kind of is.
So then why was this?
Taking this out doesn't do anything. R allows decisions to be ratified. I think what Mr. Malagon is attempting to accomplish is to put in the policy manual that these expenditures cannot be later ratified by the LNC. That would have teeth. This does nothing.
May I have a point of parliamentary inquiry, or yes, I guess parliamentary inquiry, just to follow up on the secretary's comment. What would your proposal do then? Like, what teeth would it have to, if we say no? If we cannot ratify or we will not ratify, what does that do then?
It means that we can't unless it's overridden by a 2/3 vote, because of course, anything on the policy manual can be suspended by a 2/3 vote, but at least that would have more teeth, because taking that out, it then just defaults to Roberts, and Roberts allows things to be ratified.
All right, boss.
I mean, I don't mind removing it, I'm just letting you know that it probably isn't doing what you want it to do.
Boss Thompson read that.
I think the teeth is shall not exceed 5,000. And the unless is an out to exceed 5,000. So I believe I'm with Mr. Malagon on that point.
Mr.
Thompson.
Yeah.
I agree. Mr. Redmond. Well, I just want to make sure that the way I always interpreted this is that there's a slush fund with the chair. And if you form a chair, I'd like to ask one out of chair. But in any event, that expenditures, it reverts to zero if the expenditures are approved by the LNC. Is my reading correct? That basically the chair gets to spend money how he or she likes, up to those limits, but those limits revert to zero if those expenditures are later approved by the LNC. Is my
I'm like so confused by that.
Let's say I spend $2,000 or spend $1,000 as the chair.
Right.
But then I put it before the LNC.
You don't
for
have to.
approval. Then I do that, and if it's approved by the LNC, then that 1,000 reverts to zero.
I don't think it
No,
does.
that's not, no, that's not.
No, I think you did an extra step you didn't have to do, but it doesn't revert to zero.
Yeah. It's any rolling 3-month period, and you can't exceed 5,000 for the 2-year term. So what did you do as chair, Mr. Redpath?
I think.
You had a slush fund.
Okay, Mr. Chatterton's up next.
I was gonna, I think, offer my understanding of Mr. Redpath's statement, and I think I generally agree with where you're going with that, is that if those expenses are ratified by the LNC, those would no longer have been discretionary chair expenditures at that time. So they would come out of that bucket. And I don't know if this would be changing that. So I think this amendment would change that paradigm, is my
They can
interpretation.
still be ratified for R1.
I see that one.
Mr. Malagon?
So a question for Ms. Arlos, if I may. So I'm sorry, what was the recommendation that you gave that would have teeth?
That would say, that discretionary expending cannot be later ratified by the LNC.
Okay, I will move to amend for that language. And then I'll call the question.
Inquiry?
Mr. Chatterton, yes.
If I understand the proposal, am I correct with also drawing from Ms. Harlow's previous comments, that effectively this would add teeth in the manner that in order to ratify, it would require suspension of this policy manual provision, and therefore it would raise that threshold from what would otherwise be a majority to ratify and dispense under the current policy. This amendment would have the impact that it would require this suspension and therefore a 2/3 vote threshold in order to do that. So it could still happen with just a higher burden to achieve that.
Or they did the policy manual, that thing, which was 2/3.
To suspend or to
Yeah.
amend it out of existence.
Yeah.
That is my understanding.
I mean, there's nothing as bulletproof, but I think this does more of what the intent was.
I agree.
Mr. Box?
Two quick things. I wonder if it was meant to say, because that statement was meant to cap you at 5,000.
Okay,
So
over
when-
the limit.
Okay. And then this is commentary. The chair can always come to the board and ask for money.
Yes.
So.
And then it wouldn't be, yeah.
Right, so my point of information would have been, at this point, what this would do then, if the chair breaks this budget rule, it could only be broken, so to speak, if it's, like, if the LNC is okay with the chair having a slush fund, where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Having a slush fund.
Where'd he go? He's over here. Look at Mr. Redpath.
All the forward. So, right, in other words, we would be sanctioning the chair. So the LNC itself would have to sanction the chair breaking.
It would make it more obvious.
And it would make it more obvious to the membership that the board is approving the chair going a no-no.
Or it could recognize that it was a genuine emergency.
Sure. That's all I was going to be saying.
And what the ramifications would be,
Yeah.
if I may have the chair's indulgence, say that the chair thought there was a legitimate emergency and they wrote out a $5,000 check. They are taking the risk that the LNC will not override this, and whatever was above the $1,000 would have to come out of their own pocket.
Because then the lawsuit would be put in, or someone could do something like that. Okay, I mean, that's fine, so.
I understand what you're saying, or I prefer it as it was originally.
Wait, like the striking?
Yeah. No teeth.
I honestly think people would accomplish the same. I don't see it. I don't get it.
I think it overcomes. Go ahead.
Mr. Martin.
I think it's really important that we don't, it would be better if this included language that distinguished between truly discretionary spending versus that spending which may be necessary and incidental to the job. The chair is someone we trust to make executive decisions.
And that was the problem.
Well, I mean, guys, making more cooks in the kitchen doesn't necessarily make the outcome better.
And less cooks made it bad.
I wouldn't say that's the problem. I'd say, but regardless, I see the need for oversight on this and to protect against wanton spending. I see the danger on this, but ratification, if a chair is following this, is not breaking this, one thing that would be nice is the chair is required to report all of this. Why is it just they can spend what they want? They don't even have to seek ratification. We should be looking at informing and transparency in this process rather than trying to put teeth on every silly regulation, right? This could work really well if the chair was required to report the spending, right? And then if the expenses are ratified as necessary business expenses, it should not be against the chair's ability to make further decisions. The LNC can not only ratify them, but can reset this amount if they deem it necessary. That would be how I would do it for my affiliate. I wouldn't want to bind the chair's hands so I couldn't react to a need that arose. On the other hand, I wouldn't want to give the next chair carte blanche to raid the accounts. That yield.
Orders now Chatterton, Thompson, Yanukovych, Hurlis.
So I'd like to speak in favor of the amendment and if adopted of the proposal overall. I think that with this amendment, to maybe clarify what I believe is the case, is that the policy manual will override Roberts where they contradict. And if we simply strike this language, there's no commentary about the ratification process, and therefore there is no contradiction between policy manual and Roberts' provision for allowing ratification decision after the fact. So if we want there to be a higher burden for that, essentially, where we don't tie the hands of the chair if there is a real emergency that requires spending of those thresholds, but it does put onus on the chair to make sure that really is an emergency and that 2/3 of the board are going to agree with them. Otherwise, the board would be expected to seek those funds reimbursed if that wasn't agreed to be a true emergency justifying those cases. So if we want that to be a higher standard to provide an increased protection against inappropriate spending outside of the oversight, I think this amendment will help achieve that, and it will allow it to be a higher burden on exceeding these rules while still allowing the flexibility that's necessary.
Yeah, I feel like I'm being punished for that question.
Remember when you said this would be easy?
I know. But in the interest of time, I will shut up and hopefully that we
I would just like to ask our executive director, how do we track discretionary funding? So we'll have to talk about that. But you know, I understand there's always a tension between not wanting to implement a policy that is really restrictive so that you can't get things done, and you know, the other end of that is like no restrictions at all, do whatever. We don't have the luxury to be on this end of it. We right now have to be in a more restrictive posture. There could come a day when we decide we have enough other oversight procedures in place where we can loosen up on that a little bit. But when stuff like this happens where money is involved, you know, whatever it is, that's what needs to happen. There has to be policies to address these issues. And that's what's happening here. And, you know, if it doesn't work 6 months from now or whatever, then we can revisit it again.
Point of inquiry. The concern raised about not having tracking of those discretionary fundings, wouldn't that fall under the purview of the regular reviews of bank statements that was just appointed to the FSC?
Well, but I have a political order, if we do this, but points of equity are not interruptible, you skip line unless they're urgent.
Okay, sorry. You are in the order now. We can get back to that. So now, Ms. Harms.
To speak to Mr. Martin's, points, first of all, I could be wrong about this whole thing, you know, it's just an opinion, but I'm trying to honor Mr. Malagon's intent, and I agree with Ms. Janiscavage. I know some members of this body disagree, and I understand they disagree and respect, but my personal position is we're in a very, very bad position where we had a naughty chair. And we need to show our fiduciary duty to try to deal with it. I actually don't think Mr. Malagon's amendments, I don't think he made enough of them. And I know that sounds.
But we didn't have time.
I mean, there could have been more than 9 to deal with this situation. And I'm understanding his intent, and all I'm trying to do is accomplish his intent. I could be wrong. I'm gonna vote for this either way, but I just think this honors his intent.
Number 1, does this cover expenses at Club 11?
That would be discretionary.
And number 2, I think right now, I mean, I haven't had to use a discretionary fund, and as Hannah mentioned, there's not really a way to track it. And that might, I think.
We're buying drinks.
Oh, it was? I think we're all. No, so I think it is a little bit nebulous as to how the chair handles emergencies, because in some cases, and I'm just pointing this out to the board, because I could theoretically work with staff to get something done that's in the budget. So it's a little bit, I mean, I think this is a good idea. I think there should be limits to what the chair can make a discretionary fund for, and I think I'll work with Hannah to figure out a way to put that in the system where you can track it and report it. I think the chair should be able to report discretionary expenditures to the board. I think FSC will be able to see that, capture that, and be aware of that. So I think that's, I think it's good.
Mr. Chatterton, back to you.
There's not an official.
No. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. There's not an official procedure for how we handle discretionary expenses. I've never received a request to make something a discretionary fund expenditure. However, if I were to have received that request from Angela Stephen, I would have implemented the procedure that exists from an accounting perspective. So it's just not being utilized, but the bones in place.
Mr. Chatterton, back to you.
Yes, so I wanted to inquire, I think 2 of those items is, I believe that we just adopted the language, FSC shall do a thorough review of all bank statements, financial records, processes, and expenditures of the party on at least a monthly basis, and focus shall be specific to cash disbursements, examining payees, and the evaluation of amounts. That would seem to precisely cover consideration of looking at discretionary spending amongst those to make sure that's classified as discretionary, and that the limits applied in this existing policy manual element that we're looking at now. This would seem to be exactly that responsibility that we just appointed to the committee. So I think this supplements and works together with the previously adopted element to accomplish that missing process that hasn't been requested before.
And Indiana State Chair wishes to be recognized for everyone's indulgence.
Everyone may have the chair of the return party of Indiana. So we have something very similar. The state chair, sorry, Steve.
Can you speak up just a little bit?
Yeah, sorry, Steve, but my discretionary spending is also $5,000, but it's per year, not per term. So, but we also have the system in place where if I have an emergency, such as we were authorized to spend $2,000 for getting the state fair booth, but it ended up costing $3,000. And I have to file the application for it. I pay for it, that's $1,000 out of my discretionary spending. I bring it to the board at the next meeting and say, it was $1,000 over, here's what it was. They authorize that expenditure, that comes off of my book. that goes into the general funding. So I now have my full discretionary spending reinstated. It is important, I think, to do that because there are emergency situations that have happened, there are testings, there are, hey, we need a security patch immediately today, which has something that has happened to a lot of us. So I would be upset if my board wanted to add that last line, because that would hamstring my ability to do my job as the chair. But I do believe that it also is very important to have the oversight to know that the chair has spent those funds. In our case, it's reported in our budget. We have a budget line, which is chair's discretionary spending, and everything is tracked in the budget tracker.
But to be fair, you didn't hire a Filipino call center without telling us what we said.
I didn't know it was an option.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would move to amend the main motion.
It'd be an amendment of the
We're,
amendment.
we're still on the amendment.
Correct.
Oh, then I would amend the amendment, if I can, to say that the chair must inform the FSC, right? Is that right? Is that the designation we gave it?
That's already there. We just passed that.
The chair must inform that, and I would say to unstrike unless these expenditures are later ratified by the LNC and insert.
Way beyond the scope of the amendment.
Okay. Yes. I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, that goes beyond the scope of the amendment.
Then with my comment, I will just say that you could get my vote for this if this was about transparency and not about you putting a collar on the chair.
Are you into that, Mr. Chair?
You don't want to put a collar on the chair.
All right, further motion be recognized, not seeing anyone, we're going to a vote on the amendment. Oh, you had your hand raised, sorry.
Okay, I wanted to address the gallery for a moment and also Mr. Martin. We have an executive committee that can meet on a day's notice. If the chair has some kind of an emergency, he needs to get some kind of approval, he can call a meeting of the executive session. We are not dealing with an ideal situation, and Mr. Martin knows, this is with all due respect, and this is not personal to Mr. Michaela. Chairs right now of the Libertarian Party need a collar. We have completely eroded member trust of what happened last year. And even if this collar is only temporary, we've got to look and take everything that happened real seriously. And I know some people don't think it was so bad, okay? I think it was horrible. And I'll go on record as saying, I think it was so horrible from the party of principle that we need to be passing this kind of stuff.
Not seeing anyone else, would you have any questions?
If I may. Okay. I appreciate the intent of this, and I appreciate where you're coming from. If I just grant everything that you're saying and everything that the proponents of this are saying, then I still think the problem here is really about whether or not, like in the past, it's not even coming to the attention of the board, apparently, is the problem. Put that in there first, and then why take away our ability to ratify? Agree that we can do it. The executive committee is there. I mean, why take power away from the committee? That just doesn't make sense to me.
You're going to raise your hand? Okay.
I move to extend time to 8 hours. No, I'm going to call the question.
Second.
I'm going to call the question.
Calling question.
Yes.
Okay. Calling question. Any opposition calling question? All right, we're going to the amendments. Be clear, just the amendment, not the main motion.
Does that have to be a roll call or we can show hands?
For the amendment, we can just do show of hands. It's saying,
But we're moving to whether or not we're moving to take it. We're voting no. Oh, there was no objection.
There's no objection.
Okay.
Pending debate.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm going. All right. Get some rest. Yes. So all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. All right. Sing five. All oppose the amendment.
5? All right, let's do that again. I saw.
All right, to be clear, this is on the amendment, which is the blue text.
So the amendment added, so unless these expenditures are later ratified, we already deleted, and what would be added is discretionary spending over the limit cannot be later ratified. No, my amendment was to keep that deletion in and add that other sentence.
Right.
Yes. So it's the red.
It's the red and blue text, that is what we're going to do.
Fails.
If that
Go back
doesn't
to
come to me.
If it fails, the blue goes away and we are back to the red,
Yes.
just the red.
Just the red.
So all those in favor of the blue text?
With the red text.
With the red text.
Stricken.
Raise your hand.
With the red. With the red text.
Correct.
Yes.
Stricken. 3, 4. All right. Okay. That looks. Oh.
Wait, how many?
Yeah, people raising their hands, so keep your hands raised.
One
If
hand.
you're voting in favor, 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna withdraw that.
9, and no, here's 2.
It's too late.
That was 9. All right, those not
Really bad.
favor. That was
None of this matters.
4 opposition. Any abstentions?
You don't call for
I should have abstained.
Okay. Don't call for them.
abstaining, so vote.
Yeah,
Yes, sir.
yeah. He's paying attention.
I definitely abstained.
All right, back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion? You called all questions.
I did.
They called us that question.
No, I called all of them. You misheard. You
All
misheard.
9.
All 9 of them, yes.
We are now at the,
A second?
I think he's called.
yeah, we're going to the main motion.
Main motion, roll call vote.
You had 3 hours for this one
That
item.
was.
I did. You think so, yeah.
That was the amendment to the amendment, but he says he called all previous questions.
Right. I was trying to be very specific.
Now, let's be clear on what the main motion is.
The main motion would read, this was added, so that can't be voted down. The main motion would read, the chair without consent of the executive committee is authorized to spend up to $1,000 in discretionary funds within any rolling 3-month period, the total of which cannot exceed $5,000 per term. Discretionary spending over the limit cannot be ratified by the LNC. If this gets voted down, it goes back to that prior language, which would say unless later ratified by the LNC.
Okay. This one needs to be the roll call, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yes. So go ahead and do the roll call.
Is it too late to amend it?
Oh, there was a problem.
I have a problem, hold on a second floor. Okay,
He just leaves that out there.
Mr. Boss,
Pass.
Mr. Chatterton, Mr. Jar. Oh, well, you were kind of chairing, so
Yes,
I'll
I'm
come
carrying
back.
right now.
Mr. Hess. Mr. Ford. Okay, I'm gonna be the first brave person here and you can vote yes. Ms. Hollison.
Yes.
Mr. Hurd.
I'm so enthusiastic.
Mr. Martin.
Pass.
Mr. Malagon.
Aye.
Mr. McGee.
Aye.
Mr. Nicola. Mr. Redpath.
No.
Mr. Thompson. Ms. Yanuskavich. Yes. Go back to the passes, Mr. Propose.
Abstain.
Mr. Chatterton.
Family wages, no.
Mr. Dar?
I'm still chair.
Oh,
so-
sorry, dumb. I called me a dummy, not you. Mr. Ford?
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. Martin?
No.
Mr. Thompson? Okay, now I'm back to you, Mr. Dar. It is 6-5, your vote would make a difference.
My vote would make a difference if I voted against it.
If you voted against it, it would fail. If you voted against it for it, it doesn't matter.
And if I abstain,
It doesn't matter.
I'll just abstain.
So it's 6-5.
What is the threshold, two-thirds or majority?
Oh, wait. Am I being dumb? Yeah, I am being dumb.
So I think the motion fails regardless.
Yeah, you are correct.
Wait, it's a motion, it's a majority of the LNC?
It's a
Or
two-thirds.
it's,
Wait,
no, it's
hold
with
on,
previous
hold on.
notice.
Or majority of the entirety.
But wait, is this a standing rule? Yeah, but there's standing rules in the policy manual and special rules of order. Is this a standing rule? Let's look at it.
The very bottom of the financial statements have the chair's discretionary account.
No,
We're not
it-
talking there.
That's where it's a standing rule.
But to advise the board, but no discretionary spending.
A special rule of order has to do with parliamentary
And she went to
proceedings.
Tim's, and she got
You weren't,
Instacart stuff. You know, that type of thing. So that would be discretion.
however, I understand.
Is the majority of the entire LNC those present?
No, it's the entire body.
Entire body. So we need
Taxman.
if it's a special board,
You,
but the standing rules, just previous notice, it's just a majority.
right, and if it's a special
We gotta figure it
order,
out.
it requires two-thirds of the
So as a point of parliamentary inquiry, are we trying to debate what, are we trying to figure out whether it's a standing rule versus a special rule? Because I thought it was a standing rule, but
My understanding is it's standing.
Then it would pass.
No, I'm trying to.
None of this.
The standing rule, it did pass.
That was the chair's ruling.
Actually, that was kind of muted.
Okay. Are we on common sense motion number 4?
I believe that's the orders of the day.
I move to extend another 3 hours.
Thank you.
For this one item.
I move to extend this meeting for another week.
Mr. Ford needs to say, like you said, that one time, I don't want this meeting to ever end.
So in the interest of time, I do believe everyone should have had a chance to read them. I will remind my colleagues on this board that when I did notice these items, I said, if there are any questions or anything that you would like, only one person, told me that they had a friendly amendment that I accepted. In any case, I'm not going to read the whole thing. I think, unless the chair would like me to, but in the interest of time, this should be a fun one. Most of the language here, I gave the reasoning already on the bottom for anyone that wants to see it in the OneNote. Most of this language and verbiage is from either DC nonprofit corporate law or from directly copied and pasted from the auditor's suggestion, the letter that we all saw that the audit commissioner Bowen did the report yesterday. So this is pretty easy, I think, but that's what I've said about all of them, and that has not been the case. So yeah, that's where we're at. So I would move to adopt this common sense motion number 4.
Second?
Oh, I heard that. Did
Oh,
you
I
hear
heard
that, Mr.
that,
Chair?
and I second.
Did you hear that? I heard
I was
Ms.
whispering.
Halsey call the question.
Ms. Halsey called the question.
Second.
And I seconded.
Mr. Buff. So my question is the second paragraph, did anything you passed previously with regarded to approve versus review affect the second paragraph?
I'm sorry, one more time?
Did our earlier amendments to change approve to review affect the second paragraph?
No, because this would still be, it's in excess of $3,000, so this would require written approval from the EPCC. And it was specifically as written approval because if it's something that, just like we have the EPCC Teams chat, the FSC would theoretically have a similar chat, just like the Convention Oversight Committee or any committee does. If it's something that easy, it would just be a group chat and it would be signed off by the 3 people that are on the FSC.
Point of order, there's a motion to end debate and call the question.
Before you, let me recognize you before you, what is the nature of your point?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. There is a motion to end debate and call the question.
It wasn't real.
It wasn't real.
It wasn't real.
It wasn't real.
So if that answered Mr. Boss's question,
I could.
I think so.
yeah, so it would still require that written.
Consistent across.
And written would mean, it specifically didn't say email, it didn't say, carrier, it could be carrier pigeon, it could be Teams chat, it could be anything in writing that shows that, the chair was given an approval for this contract.
Have we had issues with this?
I think we have,
Mr. Chatter, you're right.
So I'd like to understand better the totality of the consideration. So I believe in our previous amendment, we had stated that anything in excess of $600 must be reviewed. And now anything in excess of $3,000 must be explicitly approved. Is that essentially when that impact?
The way I read it, you would have to be contract in excess of any contract in excess of $3,000 without written approval, either the majority of the EPCC or the FSC. So the way I read it, either of those two bodies could, if with majority, approve that contract.
What's the difference between an expense and a contract?
and I put, and specifically there, I said whichever committee is appropriate, depending on whichever. So this whole amendment, if you, the next common sense motion, number 5, would be to move this whole section from where it is under legal matters and move it to contracts. We have a special section for contracts in the PM because this is kind of all encompassing now. But, pass or fail, it would be to move this whole section to contracts so it's easily identifiable as such because it's not strictly a legal matter anymore. We're talking about several things. And the $3,000 threshold was because, as we now know, plus whoever, no, I say whoever. So the $3,000 is because, we need to rein in our spending first and foremost, but also the Freedom Calls contract that none of us were aware existed was for, agreement. It wasn't really a contract. It was kind of just an agreement. It was in the amount of $4,200 per month. So it's kind of to rein that down and ensure that that doesn't happen again.
All contract payments are expenses, but not all expenses are contract payments. Right? Like ducks are birds, but not all birds are ducks. Problem here is we've got some differing standards that are going in that could cause a lot of confusion for how different kinds of expenses are handled. And I actually, if you want to talk about executive abuse by the chair, this theoretically could mean that they have a much higher limitation than what we just approved on other things as we deem expenses, which technically would theoretically be inclusive of our contracts. We'd have to specifically interpret that this is different, for one thing. For another, if the chair says this isn't an expense, they don't have to buy by 600, they can go to 3,000.
So,
am I wrong?
Yes,
There are definition of contracts in the first paragraph.
right. So the first paragraph covers contracts, agreements, transactions, remunerations, or modifications there too, which is strictly taken from DC nonprofit law.
I would argue that the previous motion, the chair's discretionary fund, had more to do with unilateral expenses rather than expenses that go through.
But on this, it says that the requirement is a majority of the EPCC or the FSC, whichever committee is appropriate, if it's in excess of $3,000. But we just passed something in excess, or we're limited it at 600, and there's no substantive difference here in the situation, except that we've arbitrarily defined contracts. It's a categorical error. We're just making the categorical error where we're improperly dividing or making an improper distinction between contracts and expenses when contracts are a kind of expense. And so this would be a problem, in my opinion, just for coherency. I do appreciate the intent, and this seems like a great suggestion overall.
All right, there's something here that I do not understand what it means. That's in the paragraph, the all new paragraph beginning, all independent contractors and vendors. Okay, in the fourth line, there's a sentence that begins, all invoices shall be submitted within 2 weeks of the agreed upon terms of payment. I don't know what that means.
Oh, I meant within, so that's a typo. So, yeah, you can take that out. That was just a typo. So the "and" shouldn't be there. So it should be submitted
All
within 2 weeks.
invoices shall be submitted within 2 weeks of the agreed upon terms of payment. All right,
Those would be specific.
I think Chris Howard will address that.
So, right, so those would be terms that are laid out in the contract. And the reason the invoices have to be, we can't, because we have obviously, the fiscal year, when we close things out, sometimes this happened with the convention last year where certain contractor, or I'm sorry, there was a contract or an agreement of some kind for a particular speaker to come, and they didn't submit any sort of, we had to close out the year. So we needed them to submit whatever the reimbursement or whatever speaking fee they had prior to that, and they just didn't do it. But we can't go back, and it's just a huge pain in the ass to go back and refile and do that. Then we have to go through an FEC amendment, and it's a whole thing. So if you want to get paid, which most people do for goods and services, they should submit their invoices in a timely fashion. And the 2 weeks threshold was recommended by the executive director. That seemed reasonable, so that we didn't have to go back, and we know how much money we don't have on the books in real time.
Yeah, so Mr. Martin's absolutely right. All contracts are expenses, but not all expenses are contracts. So what we did in the prior motion was really talking about ad hoc spending. So if we're looking at that, $600 limit, we're talking to just, kind of your onesie twosie expenses we're having. When we're talking about this motion, what we're talking about is actual contracts. So whether that be contractors who are actually being, employed, using my air quote, by the party, or perhaps we're talking contracts with vendors that the support is working with as part of the convention oversight. Kind of clarify that. So ad hoc versus we were actually doing. And I think Mr. Malagam already spoke to the 2 week thing. So I just wanted to provide clarity on that. So that the intent here is to have more oversight over employment-related contracts as well as vendor-related contracts when we are making big-ticket item expenses for things like convention, and that we understand exactly when payment is supposed to be made for the terms of the contract, and we're tracking that in a real-time basis and being proactive rather than reactive. Does that help?
That was very helpful. Thank you for the clarification.
Right, yeah, I mean, a big difference is the first paragraph in terms of, a contract is a legally binding document. It's not like charging $600 to Amazon or whatever. So, and the document has to have these elements to it. It has to have the date, it has to outline the payment of terms. It's got to be countersigned by both parties. There's certain elements that will require that triggers this. And the other issue here is that before it said all contracts are modifications thereto, so there wasn't a definition of a contract. It didn't require anything. So you could say, hey, it's not a contract, but I'm still going to pay them $15,000. Any of it, no matter what it is, it's a contract. Has to be written. Has to have these terms. So that's. Thank you.
Yes, I was doing work on these, but read it again. When you say the agreed upon terms of payment, is that the same as saying the completion of the work?
On the contract.
Right. So those would theoretically be outlined in the contract, which the ETCC or the FSC will have reviewed, or we either have a baseline for it, or we modify it. So speakers will have specific, for convention oversight, for instance. Some speakers will have specific, not just terms of payment, but some of them may want to be reimbursed just for their room, others for travel and their room, some for travel, food, and room. Others will have a speaking fee, some will not. So everyone is a little bit different. And so whatever the terms of those payments are in the contract that's drafted by the EPCC and approved, so it'd be based on those terms. So if they were going to get paid once they submit an invoice for, whether if it's a reimbursement, for instance, but this wouldn't happen for convention specifically, but let's say that they do something happen. This has happened in the past, actually. It happened in California. So they pay for the room on their own, they get their own flight, all that kind of stuff, and then they request reimbursement. They would submit an invoice that says Southwest Airlines, $900, room 3 nights, $160 rate plus tax and fees and whatever. They would submit documentation showing that that was the case. If they don't want reimbursement for any of that, then it wouldn't matter.
All right. I'm just going to state that maybe petitioners, I can tell you there's some petitioners who don't use it. Okay, I'm just telling you that there are potential complications here for things that we need to get done in the future, that our people have vendors who cannot meet those terms.
And we shouldn't do business with them. If they can't submit, I mean, they either.
I'm just telling you that
right.
There will be situations that arise where we're going to, we may very well need vendors to meet our goals as a political party, and they're not going to be able to meet these requirements.
That'd be a good problem to have, because that would mean we'd have money.
Right. Well, and to Ms. Keller's point, we can address this in real time, and I mean, nothing. I assume that anyone, even if they don't use email or do whatever, they can still submit stuff via mail. I mean, we're still, even though we don't have a physical HQ, I assume that the XD will still get mail somewhere, and we can deal with that then. She can scan it, upload it, send it to us, whatever. So it doesn't. I mean, people still had contracts in old-timey days before there was email or anything like that.
I appreciate Mr. Redpath's comment, and I know what he's talking about, but we often joke about a certain member that his name I won't mention, has objection to electronic mail rather by sundial and carrier pigeon, that we got to start working with people who live in the modern age.
All right, well, if there's no further discussion, then we can move on to a roll call vote.
This was the most complicated one that took the least amount of time. That's wild. Crazy. We're already going to vote. We're already to vote. It doesn't matter. I could say it.
Okay.
I could say it.
I'm not such a jinx.
Mr. Boss,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton, who is chairman? Okay, Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dasson,
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
I will vote yes. Ms. Housen,
Yes.
Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Pass.
Mr. Maligan,
Aye.
Mr. McGee,
Aye.
Mr. Redpath,
Abstain.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Ms. Januskavich,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
The pass was, no other passes. The vote is 12-02.
Motion passes. Now the common sense motion number 5.
No, this was super common sense motion, number 5, Mr. Chair. So this is to move that section. So to move subsection 3, contracts and contract approval, currently under section 1.06, legal matters, to subsection 4 under section 1.08, financial matters, and renumber the subsequent subsections in both sections. That was fun to say.
Second.
Second. Would you like to speak to your motion?
I just did.
All right, is there any discussion on this motion?
Apparently.
I move to call the question. This is,
I don't hear you.
I object to calling the question.
I object to calling the question. I'm just kidding.
There's a motion and a second to call the question. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, we'll go to a roll call vote.
But we still have to do it, right?
We still have to do roll call.
It's a good thing you're funny, man. What a good sense of humor.
Yes.
that's okay.
Welcome.
I'm going to give you guys some minutes for some errors in it that you can find as you stress.
Yes.
Mr. Darling?
Yes.
Mr. Dustin?
Yes.
Mr. Floyd?
Yes.
I will vote yes. Ms. Halsey?
Yes.
Mr. Hurst?
Yes.
Mr. Martin?
Yes.
Mr. Maligan?
No.
Were you serious?
Yeah, let's do it. Come on.
You're not allowed to vote against your own motion.
Am I really not? That's not true. That's not.
I think that is true.
Okay, fine. Not to laugh, it's fine. Aye.
Mr. McGee?
Aye.
Mr. Redpath?
Sure, why not?
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Ms. Janiscavich?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, why is it it's 13-0-0.
Motion passed.
Unity.
Motion passed. Mr. Ford, I think you had your hand up.
Yeah, we can request, 15-minute break.
All right, we'll recess for 15 minutes.
Sounds great.
Yeah, finally, good call. We were finally on a roll. And then
I know.
I'm not, I've written whole.
Are we back in order? Yeah. So we're not then.
We're back live also.
Yes, sir.
2:45 is the one. This is,
Birch and Thompson.
First.
Chatterjee.
We've got a quorum and it's 25 minutes. All right, well, text everybody or let them know.
And there's Thompson.
There's Herbst, there's Thompson.
Yeah, can we go ahead and go for it?
And then let's get going, because we only have about an hour and 45 minutes, so by the time this is over, we're pretty much.
Yeah.
What we're gonna do next, so.
If we stop at
You know what we're gonna do next. We're gonna have another e-meeting.
2:45.
If we stop then, how much time will we have between then and the tour?
15 minutes.
Yeah.
So
It's pretty much
The
over.
tour starts at when, and then we're gonna have to decide if we're gonna recess 2 times or to finish business on an online.
So I'm just gonna let everyone know really quickly before we get going. I will be moving to adjourn to a virtual meeting.
Recess to it.
Or recess to at the call of the chair. So if, when we get to that point, probably after these motions, we're not gonna have time for much else. So if the chair wants to start thinking about a time that's amenable, or if we want to just like workshop this now really quickly before we get back in session, like what's a good, do we want to do it this week? Do we want to do it next week? Sooner the better.
Do you guys want to do it in June on the first Sunday? Because technically, for a policy manual, we can't have another meeting in 30 days.
Well, this would be the same meeting.
Right, so I mean, the next meeting. So we would have the June.
Oh, I see.
First meeting in there, and then the June, May, 30 days out. So,
And I would have a point of order. And I know we've done this before. We're allowed to do wrong things and then figure it out later. I do not believe we can recess a in-person meeting to an electronic meeting at the call of the chair. They are two different types of meetings. An in-person meeting is defined by our bylaws as a regular meeting. Our policy manual defines an electronic meeting as a special meeting. There are two different kinds of meetings. Now, the chair, we can adjourn this meeting, and the chair can call a special meeting to deal just with the remaining items. But it can't be a continuation of a regular meeting in which new business can be brought up. It's an entirely different kind of meeting. So I don't think it's permitted.
Well, I mean, we've done it before. I'm just gonna do it and let the chips fall where they may. I'm just letting everyone know my intention. We've done it. We did it for Miami. We didn't have to for Providence. Those are 2 hours, God, glorious times. 2.5 hour meeting for 3.5 hours.
And I'm just.
My rule would be in order, but I think the policy manual extension would be that if we were to create a meeting, if that's an online meeting, it would have to be a special meeting. So it couldn't be like an LNC board meeting like this. Because they don't need.
But then that would not, because I know one of the concerns is, we'll get it on the table, is certain members were not present. I do not think their absence can be cured by attending a special meeting that was not a regular meeting.
So that would be a separate meeting.
Well, that's all part of my point of order. There are two different types of meetings. And missing 2 regular meetings in the bylaws is, now the appointing body is free to absolutely reappoint the absent member. They can do that immediately. But if we adjourn, it's to a special meeting. It's no longer a regular meeting, so that does not cure that bylaws issue.
My rule would be if they show up and they vote, they would attend that meeting.
It's not a quorum issue, it's a bylaws attendance. So the bylaws say that any LNC member that misses 2 regular meetings, regular is defined as in person, that they will have considered to automatically have vacated their seat and that the appointing body is free to reappoint them. If we adjourn to a special meeting, we certainly can take care of the rest of the business, but that is a special meeting and does not cure the absence at the regular meeting.
My rule would be that if that person shows up, they would, because they would attend it, because of the circumstances of this reason, to an online meeting and attend that meeting. Under normal circumstances, we don't do that. We don't do it within 2 days. But I think the crux of the issue is special meetings versus a continuation of this meeting. I think only in-person meetings can be called in person, but they can be extended online or recessed to whenever. But if we were to create, we couldn't create a meeting like this. We couldn't create a special meeting. So I think the genesis of the meeting dictates the type of meeting it is. I think it would be.
Well, yeah, so we can marinate on that when the time comes. I mean, we have the power to.
The board is welcome to overturn that ruling.
I mean, if we're doing it now, I'm going to appeal the ruling of the chair, and I'm not doing it to be malicious. It is a sincere belief, and I have to.
Point of order, I don't think that he has actually made that move.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm trying to.
So I'm saying that, like,
so when the time comes.
Okay.
When the time comes, I'm gonna do that, but I mean, we do have the authority to, like, do a standing rule, a special rule of order, and do stuff by teleconference, which would be like Zoom. So we've done it before. I shouldn't be a big deal. We should be able to get through these PM motions and then, like, at least be able to all agree to be on a call and do what we've done in the past. But when we get there, we'll get there. But right now,
Would it help if the business, the agenda was transferred to a separate meeting? So we committed to a separate meeting rather than just recessing or, continuing this meeting. We committed to a separate meeting, table all that business until then. Postpone it rather.
Let's when we get to it, we can discuss all that. All right, Bob.
Yes.
That's important.
I can let you know the names if you wish.
Okay, I don't know where Mr. Shattergan is. I'm assuming he's on his way back. He is. Okay. Well,
He's aware that we're.
Okay. Okay. All right. So
we could try to grab lunch and then come back.
we're not going to. If we get lunch, then we're not going to.
All right. I second Mr. Thompson's, and I thank him for his willingness.
So we are on to common sense motion number 6.
We are. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this one again should be easy. Any current or former LNC, so this would be under conflicts of interest, section 1.07, obligations among board members and staff, subsection 2, conflicts of interest. This would be added after the last paragraph right now, so this would just be new language. That language should read, any current or former LNC member, as well as the conflicted party in question, found to be in violation of this subsection, that subsection, of course, being conflicts of interest, shall be denied any trade relationship with the LP. This shall be separate from any additional action under consideration or taken by the LNC due to discovered malfeasance of personal financial enrichment. So, as conflicts of interest reach right now, if I may speak to my motion, Mr. Chair.
I'll second it.
So, just to briefly speak to this motion, so we already have something in conflicts of interest where should someone be in debt to the LNC, we already have something somewhere else in the policy manual where it's under, I forget where it is, but anyway, it's a debt, wiping of debt or whatever. So anyone that does business with the LP where they don't pay, the money that they're owed to us, or they wrong us in some way, they're prohibited from doing. We can go ahead and waive that debt, but they're prohibited from doing any sort of business with the LP, and it's because they've harmed us financially. So it just makes sense to add this under conflicts of interest. So should there be a conflict of interest, and should someone not disclose that conflict of interest, then they should be denied any trade relationship with the LP. So should the contracted for this particular endeavor or whatever. So it seems to me a common sense motion. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
This one was.
My concern, and I'm in support of this, but my concern is we're a 50-year-old party. Is there any possibility of someone coming and saying 45 years ago, somebody did something that would have violated this? Does this prohibit them from having any kind of, and this isn't a hypothetical situation, I'm not gonna mention names, but it's actually a real situation.
Right, so if I may, Mr. Chair. So I thought about that, and when I wrote this out, so I put found to be in violation of the subsection. So the only body that could find this to be a violation is the LNC. So if we decide that, I don't know, you said it wasn't a hypothetical situation, but let's assume that it is for the sake of this argument. 45 years ago, someone wronged us, and we were presented with evidence to show that we shouldn't do business with this person again because of whatever happened. This board decides if they violated this clause, and then we proceed accordingly. So it's not something that's automatic. That current LNC would decide if a conflict of interest situation arose where they should be denied any trade relationship with the LP. There could be a situation in which maybe that was the case then, and it's not the case now. They've had a come to Jesus moment, whatever it might be, whatever, we trust them now, everything is fine, but that would be up to the LNC to decide.
Mr. Malagon's answer satisfied my question. When we're done with this motion, I would ask to be recognized to move to amend the agenda. And I encourage voting for this.
Ready for the discussion?
Yeah, sure. I may. I really do appreciate the intent of this. I've implemented similar policies in my own affiliate, so I really appreciate where it's coming from. My issue with it would kind of be that it would rely on selective enforcement from the get-go, and that's not. That means we already have evidence that it's not good policy from a policy standpoint. It's something that will immediately need to use selective enforcement in order to keep working, right? So that's my first criticism. If there's any way to maybe weaken that slightly, I wouldn't want to change it much, but if there's any way to weaken that slightly, that would be great. And then the other thing that would definitely get my vote is if we maybe thought about adding a thing that says we shouldn't have anybody giving the board legal advice unless they are a lawyer on retainer from the LNC.
I mean, if we're gonna get into that, I'm sorry, I'm gonna pick on somebody who doesn't mind to hold it down. If Mr. Nikela was gonna give advice on a lunch menu because he's a food proprietor, are we not gonna allow that too? Why are we picking on him?
Are we going to call Wendy's food?
I like Wendy's, okay? Show some respect for the Wendy's.
You don't take off the board for that.
Yeah, right? Like, it was okay before, but now, man, I don't know. Like, okay, but to your question, what I would, if I understand, sorry, that was wonderfully distracting.
My motion, the next LNC must be provided by Wendy's. Is that a conflict?
It might be a conflict.
Only if it's in Miami, you're in the US, right?
It's like this. If we're going to take into the official record serious advice from lawyers that have a legal opinion on something, right? They should be on retainer and have a contract with us. We should have that attorney-client relationship. It is, look, let's be realistic.
I was distributing to them last night.
I was suggesting we add it.
Why would, I don't understand how.
It seems like a really good policy.
I think so.
Hold on.
An amendment can be made.
You can make your point, you have to be made of the motion, if you want to make an amendment or something like that.
Mr. Chair, if you don't think that part is germane, I would like to amend the current motion. Let's look at the shall, and let's say should.
Oh, God.
I don't care a second, but
No, seriously,
I
we,
would recognize it.
we should not do this, but if we're gonna start with selective enforcement, we can't have a shall.
Before you debate the reasons to your amendment, is there a second?
Take 5 hours to each.
Mr. Chadwick.
Yeah, I wanted to comment on this, regarding the point raised about, permanent denial of trade relationship, and what I understood to be the response was that would be at the discretion of the LNC. Again, as we've had several times throughout the business of this meeting, the explanations that are provided to justify against these concerns is not reflected in this language. This does not say that the LNC can override that, and if such action were taken, it would be found to be it would be grounded that was a violation of the policy manual. So these responses that are given are very specifically, in my opinion, catering to implementing a selective enforcement on this, where basically there's nothing here that provides any exception to that. So if this statement in this policy proposal says that shall be denied, a permanent requirement must be denied. And I'm getting very frustrated with having explanations given that aren't reflected in the text or substantiated beyond that.
Mr. Thompson, if anything, I think shall should be stricken and replaced with shall in all caps.
I'm open to that amendment. So
As a friendly amendment?
as a friendly amendment, yeah.
Of course. I don't really share the concern here. Like, I don't think it's selectively enforced. I think it's it's up to the LNC to make a finding, right? It's not that someone has been found violated and then the LNC says, okay, now we're going to trigger this. It's just, it would go before the LNC if someone is accused of such a violation. I don't think that is the type of problem that's being argued against.
Ms. Harlow, Mr. Bob.
Yeah, I was gonna mention a little bit of what Mr. Thompson said, but I'd like to expand. What?
About the all caps.
No. Mr. Malagon addressed my concern, and the 45 years was hypothetical, but the situation wasn't hypothetical. So he addressed my concern in saying that the LNC would actually have to make a finding that there was a violation, and I think that's a protection. I do appreciate Mr. Chatterton's concern about selective enforcement, and the way to overcome that is remember, God, I hate the living document argument because of the Constitution, but if the LNC really felt it imperative that this was a good relationship, the statute of limitations has expired on whatever this person may have done however many years ago, they can add a proviso to this, they can add an exception to this by a 2/3 vote. And if a 2/3 vote of the LNC feels we should have this trade relationship, they can always allow it. And here's the fact, I understand there's factions on the party, believe me, and I wish there wasn't. I hope I've expressed that to everyone. But if you don't got the 2/3 vote, you're not gonna have to vote for a lot of things anyway. That's just the political reality. Right now, we need to regain members' trust. Something really bad allegedly happened, and I am in favor of this to regain members' trust. I respect the concerns about selective enforcement.
Mr. Boston. Mr. Martin.
The one section that I was questioning initially is as well as the conflicted party question. I know the answer is going to be supposed to be you, but I don't know that it necessarily is automatically on them. So I would think about that part. But I do have a question. Would shall be subject to any different than shall be? Is this subject to engender a second step?
I think it's the same, subject to, and then clause. I think it's just a interpret subject to, as having
Right.
not.
If we're missing the LNC review portion, does that supply it?
What's this found to think, I'm sorry.
Found to, who found, was it adjudicated?
I find it implied. I see.
I would move, I understand, I'm not trying to hurt this thing. Upon finding by the LNC. Or upon review and finding by the
You gotta give me
LNC.
exact language, Mr. Martin, because I can't read your mind.
Upon review and finding by the LNC.
Yeah, that's not telling me where you want it and what you want.
At the very beginning, before any current or former, it says of former, but it needs to be or former. If we could put before any.
Mr. Maligan, was that correct that that should be or?
That's what's in the, yeah, any current or former member.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you. And upon review and finding of the LNC. And could you please insert the word proper between upon and review?
Upon proper. Sorry.
And finding issued by the LNC is probably a good way to say that, yeah.
Thank you so much, dude.
Well, do we even have a second for this?
We don't know what it is.
Upon proper review and finding of the LNC, any current or former member, as well as the conflicted party in question, found to be in violation of this subject shall be denied trade relationship with the LP.
So is what I have there what you said?
Very close. Upon proper review and finding, maybe insert the word issued between finding and of. And then say,
Issued
instead
by?
of, yeah, say by. Upon proper review and finding issued by the LNC, any current or former LNC member, as well as the conflicted party in question, found to be in violation of this subsection, shall be denied any trade relationship with the LP. I would also, just before I finish my remarks here, I would just say.
Before you make remarks, you're making a motion to amend.
Yes, you're correct, sorry.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. The danger on this is the next clause, as well as the conflicted party in question, but I understand why it's there. And it should probably stay there and leave it on the review and finding issue by the LNC. With this, I would support this clause.
Is there any discussion? Mr. Cheddar?
I think that by including the reference to the conflicted party in question is assuming involvement there, and the policy above only describes improper action of the LNC member in having that conflict. So I think we are jumping to a conclusion to assume that the conflicted party was involved. Maybe I would propose a further amendment to say that as well as the conflicted party in question, if found to be participating in the violation.
I would accept that amendment.
No.
So hold on. You want to make?
If applicable to finding.
There's a point of order that's. It's not even that it's not germane. Okay, I'm sorry, because I know this drives Mr. Maligan crazy, which I love to do. You can't amend things separated by multiple words like that.
I don't mean to, I mean to attach that if the conflicted party is to be included in
Okay,
the
so tell me what it is that
I
you
think
want
it'd be
to
very
do.
helpful.
If I may.
Hold on, wait. If Mr. Cheddar, where would you want to put that language in?
So, upon finding, interview, I like what,
After the comma.
so conflicted, as well as the conflicted party in question,
If
applicable for the finding.
Oh my God, I have no idea what you're trying to
So
tell
I
me.
think you say comma,
There is a comma.
no comma, okay. So
if also found to be involved.
Can we put the word should in there somewhere?
All caps.
I'll let the secretary decide where should go.
You can put in parentheses.
Only Mr. Chatterton does talk to the secretary, the language that he's
if they were involved.
Yes, sir.
Did you hear me?
Huh?
Did you hear what I just said? No, I like what you were suggesting. So the consideration would read in total, upon proper review and finding issued by the LNC, any current or former LNC member, as well as the conflicted party in question, my amendment would be to add there, if applicable, under the finding. Which is like, that they
Yeah.
were involved in the.
That is out of, I'll
Hold
raise
on.
a point of order. I'll raise a point of order to the Steve. To the Steve. He's now the Steve.
El Steve.
That clear at least, that the form is maybe not correct.
Okay, really slowly. Okay, I think it, go, just very, very slowly so you can type it.
I raised a point of order before I typed it. You can't, I'm sorry, but Roberts is very complicated on amendments. You can't have amendments that are separated by words like that. I could tell Mr. Chatterton how to properly do it, and this would take freaking forever. I would suggest we pass this if everyone likes it, and then he makes his amendment. That's the easiest way to do it.
Okay. All right, so we're still on the Barton amendment.
Are we ready? I don't like this amendment. What does proper mean? I think that the verbiage as it was is fine. I intend to vote this down and I call the question.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, we'll now move on to a vote. All in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. 3, 4, 5, 6. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So the amendment fails. All right, we're now back onto the main motion. Is there anyone seeking to recognize Mr. Chatter?
In case that of failing, I would move to strike as well as the conflicted party question.
Motion to second to strike. We can remove it.
Yeah.
I'm listening to it.
Okay, I'm gonna be reposting this right here. So this did not pass. So we're back to here. And whoops, don't want a highlight. Let me remove that highlight, please. So you are looking to strike this part here.
That's correct.
Go ahead. Like speak to your motion.
So since we have stricken down the consideration of qualifying that upon that finding, I think that the policy manual position that this is describing a violation of has no statement about the party involved, and I think it is a false jump to a conclusion to say that a failure to disclose conflicts has necessarily to do with the party being engaged with. They are not responsible for the communications and approval of a contract within the party. That is an action between the LNC member initiating such contract and this board or whatever other body would consider it to be approved. So we should not be inflicting a punishment on an entity that is not by definition involved in the misconduct that we are attempting to address in this. So I would like that to be solely tied to the individual who violated this violation and limited there. And if there are considerations that do implicate wrongdoing from the conflicted party, that can be accounted, that can be presented as why we shouldn't do business with that entity. I don't think we need to have a blanket statement that jumps to a conclusion automatically.
Mr. Malaga, then Ms. Carlos, then Mr. Thompson.
I think we know what this is intended to do and I call the question.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor of calling the question, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, we're going to go ahead and call the question over.
But that didn't pass.
That didn't pass. Oh, wait. 2/3.
Oh,
2/3, you're right.
If you vote, then it would though. If you vote to call the question, it would. Wait, yeah, 8.
You can't re-vote.
6 to 4, 6 to 4.
Yes. Is there any further comment?
I do.
Further discussion?
Yeah, he had called on
Oh, no, yeah,
Mr. Thompson.
Thompson, that was accurate.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay, pressure, Mr. Steve.
Well, for me.
Oh,
Mr.
okay. To address, Mr. Chatterton's concern, I think it's actually in here and found to be in violation. I think we are really lawyering this stuff up a bit too much. I think to say found in violation means there is some kind of process there. There has to be a finding. And also, I could be Pollyanna, but I believe that people who are obviously conflicted, they know they're obviously conflicted. I expect certain ethics in business, maybe. You know, I'm Paul Lennon with Imagine, but I don't have a problem with this, though I do appreciate Mr. Chatterton's concerns. We need to pass this as it was proposed. Thank you.
Yeah, I agree with that, having it say found to be in violation, I think that is the concern. If Stephen sets up Tyranny Knox and we has solved, and investment money there, and I think it's reasonable to say that they would be involved in it, right? Given the nature of the conflict of interest. If it were that he had an LNC meeting in the way meetings, I don't think it would be reasonable for us to say we can never. I think saying found to be in violation takes care of that.
Mr. Martin, Mr. Chatter, and Mr. Boss.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me just use another example, kind of follow up on my colleague's point, and maybe contrast. I have a contract with Young Americans for Liberty, as you know. And I have provided a disclosure of this on my onboarding. However, this is the first time I've brought it up in the meeting. I intend to renew that contract, rather. I'm not technically in it right now. But my issue would be like, when you say like, if a member is found to be in violation of this subsection, I mean, I know there's more in the subsection above, but like, technically that wasn't, brought out in front of the entire meeting prior to the start of the meeting, right? And I'd already provided it in writing. So at what point is that, like, do we have a distinguishment on when that legal burden is met? Like, what if members are informing the LNC and meeting that burden, but the LNC doesn't get it and then feels burned and is acting like jilted lovers? With that, from a PR standpoint, that would be a very dangerous situation, right? You could have a lot of infighting, covering up good communication, causing real problems on the board that would allow for a policy like this to be weaponized. I like this and it needs to happen, but there needs to be clarity that due process has to occur fully before anything is done on it, in my opinion. And a finding is
Make sure it stays
a low bar.
Make sure all discussion remains germane to the amendment.
The word binding is a pretty low bar, implying that there's some sort of process that, obviously, there's some sort of process.
Yeah, it has to be on the amendment, not the main motion.
I'm not,
You see what I'm saying? Because we're on the amendment still.
I'm sorry,
It has to be
on the amendment to cross out the, as well as conflicted parties in question. Fair enough. I'll constrain my comment to that. The conflicted parties in question, we don't know necessarily that they're working with the conflicted member. Yal would not be acting through me. They've not talked to me at all about this, and I wouldn't tell them. This is a different thing, a different obligation. My job is to do political consulting, right? It's just not really related to anything that we're doing, right? And so those two things don't really intersect. But at the same time, like, when we're working in the liberty movement and we want our successful people who have the networks and the resources to bring to the table, and we want them at the table, we don't want a way to start edging those people and those important relationships with aligned organizations out because we have policy, strategy, or ideology disagreements, right? We want these things to be decided basically on a case-by-case basis, and the board already has the power to do all of this. So putting this policy in is kind of a show, and I realize we feel like we need to restore trust, but be careful of the PR overreaction the other way, where instead of restoring trust, we're overreacting in ways that the public wouldn't understand.
I guess I want to make sure we say things.
I yield.
So to address one of the responses given about the statement that's included found to be in violation, I would like to emphasize the following text of this subsection. This subsection provides no provisions at which the contracted party could be guilty of any violation because there is no requirement on that outside entity. The requirement in this subsection is that an LNC member must disclose a potential conflict of interest before engaging in business. There's no obligation for the other side to be part of that. And therefore, there's nothing that a conflicted party could be in violation of. The only violation that could occur is of the LNC member in question. And so that is why I think it is improper to highlight this. I think it is proper to strike as well as the party in question because there is no violation here that they can be violation of. To give an example of that, let's say that a member of this board tried to initiate a contract with a valuable organization that we wanted to, work with, voter gravity perhaps, and say that there was not close conflict there. That well, I'm using voter gravity, putting this universally considered as a valuable asset to the party.
Some other things.
And that the, if a member of this board didn't disclose that they had a conflict with the proprietor, would that mean that the proprietor was guilty of something and that we would bar ourselves from using that service in the future over the misconduct of an individual on this board? Mr. Ross.
Yes, I agree with that. The contractors or whoever outside this organization are not subject to the conflict of interest disclosure. It's us to disclose. And as far as found to be, not to be the grammar Nazi, the conflicted party in question seems to be tied to the LNC member. So if you find one, you find both. In my reading that sentence, I don't think found cures that.
Mr. Malaga?
I'm done.
Oh, okay, Mr. Malaga?
I mean, again, this is,
Yeah.
English is my second language, but it seems very, very clear. I will just read this again, and I'm against this amendment. Any current or former LNC member, as well as the conflicted party in question, found to be in violation of this subsection shall be denied any trade relationship with the LP. The LNC decides what they believe we can cross this bridge when we get to it, or if we get to it. The LNC can decide what is considered to be fair and equitable to the party, as is in the first paragraph of conflicts of interest. If something was done, if something was done incorrectly, it doesn't mean, as was stated before, I forgot by who, I think it might have been Mr. Thompson. If the Wendy's situation, are we never to eat at Wendy's ever again? I mean, I wouldn't because I like good food, but nevertheless, I think, sorry, Senior Chair. No, but I mean, the reality here is that that's already taken care of. Any amendments to this completely destroy, again, the intent and the purpose of this language, and it can't be amended, or else it loses everything.
Yeah, I think he was first.
Okay, so I'll let Mark.
I think, weren't you guys first? I think they were first.
Then I'm gonna be adjourned then.
Please call the question.
Yes, I'm gonna call the question.
Thank God.
I feel it.
Second.
Thank you. All in favor of calling the question, raise your hand.
Of calling the question, right?
Of calling the question. Not only the question. This is just calling the question. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Question. Yes.
Please will continue till morale increases.
Boss, Thompson.
Well, as a means to come to some,
I'm sorry.
as a means to come to some unity on this, I do not think that this strike invalidates the whole thing, for one, and I forgot what I was going to say because I forgot give me 10 seconds.
I have a point of parliamentary inquiry. How many times may a member speak to the same motion?
Twice.
So it seems that we've crossed that threshold multiple times
Well,
I've been called.
amendments are separate. You can speak twice to each.
No, that's what I mean, that's what I mean.
Okay,
Yeah, I believe that's been met by a few times over now.
Well, I'm just say this would, get more people agreed on this. I think if this is stricken, and it does not change anything. I still forgot what I was gonna say, but I'll pass.
So you already spoke on one.
Oh, wait, have we voted on those on the workshop?
No, we're still on the amendment.
Okay. I have another. After this.
Okay, and then. So you've already spoken twice, so I'm gonna let Messina Scavenge speak.
There are a number of different types of conflicting interest relationships, and there's no way that they could all possibly be fit into here. I think it's a common sense thing by the LNC at that time, whether the conflicting party was involved or not. That's part of the determination. Found to me means, you know, there's been a process. There's been a finding, and the finding is either that the LNC member did this, or the LNC member and the conflicting party. I mean, the LNC makes that decision. I think it's clear, and I do think that we should keep it in, because otherwise we're kind of missing half of this here. If there is a situation when there are, for example, I don't know,
This could be the exact situation.
yeah.
I'd like to object.
Mother and son, okay, for example. So, you know, I mean, or, you know, I'm really disappointed in all of you because we missed nobody commented on the word paramour in the.
I almost did. That is an excellent term.
Isn't that a great word? It's a great word.
Love that term. Nobody commented on it. There's a paramour relationship. There's, you know, domestic partners. There's all sorts of things. So, you know, which is why the
throuple in there, I was really disappointed
What
about
about a member-owned entity?
a member of a throuple.
A throuple? Yeah, well, we could go back in that. But that's all I have to say.
Seems like discussion has ended.
It's,
Ms. Cowan?
Oh,
We're still in the amendment.
I was about to say, we're still on the amendment.
I
Okay.
think that would be
All right, well,
appropriate to.
is there anyone else seeking to be recognized that hasn't already spoken?
Twice. I'll move.
Okay, in that case, I think we're gonna go ahead and move on to vote on the amendment. You all, okay, I wasn't sure if there was something.
I think there's an amendment that would address my concerns about it.
Can we just do this?
I think it would be appropriate for that.
Just scour.
We bring Jesus on.
you can go ahead and DoorDash it right now, and then she makes the thing, then we what you want, and people will hate this.
Okay.
I have a question. Will the chair use his discretionary fund to buy me a bottle of alcohol for the remainder of this meeting?
I already asked for that. I have priority.
But now
I
I'm
thought-
asking.
I
Now
got
it's,
shotgun, Mr.
You can
Malachi.
buy a lot of bottles for $5,000, just saying.
I would request a shot glass. Okay.
I don't need a shot glass, just the bottle is fine.
Straight decimal.
I said a bottle.
We're gonna go ahead and move on to a vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. All opposed, raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, amendment fails. Ms. Coward, I believe you had your hand raised.
All right. So I was trying to address some of the concerns raised by Mr. Chatterton regarding the conflicting party of interest, and that there's really not anything in the paragraph above that kind of says what the conflicting party of interest may be doing in violation. So what I am moving is any current or former LNC member, comma,
1 second, I need to, take off that, it's not taking off my strike out there. Okay, and now we need to make that blue again, and then we'll get to what you wanna do, okay.
As well as any instead of the, so strike the and say any.
Correct, yeah, that could be more than one, yes.
Modifying next sentence.
What?
She's modifying next sentence, not replacing.
Okay, you need to be more clear, I'm sorry,
I'm sorry. So what we're saying is any current or former LNC member, as well as strike the, replace any.
Okay. It's gonna take me a moment.
Sure. Okay, strike in question.
So it'll be any is we're adding that. Okay, let me just highlight that. And you want to strike in question.
Okay, and now we're good at found to be. And what we want to say here is we're going to add this, and then we'll probably need to strike through afterwards. Found to be, and then add acting in concert with said member to prevent appropriate disclosure.
Violations.
Yeah, we're going to strike the violation after. I'm sorry. Yeah, yeah, you're right on.
I think just procedurally, and I'll direct this to the chair, I think this is a substitute motion. This is words that are all separated and all over the part. I think this is a substitute.
I think I remember Ms. Keller saying that.
Okay. Okay, so acting in concert with said member to
prevent appropriate disclosure. I guess we could say, yeah, pursuant to the subsection above. Yeah. Yeah, and then we just need to wordsmith.
You wanted to strike this next one, right?
Yeah. Okay, so let me just read through it to make sure, since we're kind of all over. So any current or former LNC member, as well as any conflicted party found to be acting in concert with said member to prevent appropriate disclosures pursuant to the subsection above, shall be denied any trade relationship with the LP. This shall be separate from any additional action under consideration or taken by the LNC due to discovered malfeasance for a personal financial enrichment. Is that
Yes.
Okay. So in the subsection above, what was here, what this is talking about is just the LNC member. Which makes sense because we can have policy, for hypothetical situations for any, hypothetical conflicted parties of interest. What this does is say that the conflicted party of interest only becomes culpable, if you will, if they're found to have been acting in concert with the former current member who is doing the naughty things.
Ms. Keller, perhaps you can speak to your motion.
Second. Sorry.
Second.
Second, yeah.
Seconded.
Okay.
What you just did.
I'm sorry, but I did it directly to Kathy. So what the concern that was raised was that in the subsection above, it's talking specifically about the disclosures that LNC member needs to have. So it's talking about the current or former LNC member in terms of what the expectations are there. What I was just saying to Ms. Savage is that when it comes to the actual conflicted party of interest, we don't have a policy regarding any expectations there because it's hypothetical conflicted party of interest. It's a hypothetical situation. What this does is specifically says that the conflicted party of interest is only culpable, if you will, if they are found to have been acting with said current or former member to prevent the appropriate disclosures. Which I think was implied before, but this just says it
I think I understand what she's trying to do. I'm not sure I like it. If this does fail, the only thing that the one part I do unequivocally like is the change strike. So I will, if this fails, I will make an amendment to strike the and switch it with any. I do like that. That's a really good one. The rest, I'm not sold on, but that's just me.
Yeah, I remember what I was gonna say earlier, and it's applicable. So we're amending the policy manual, which takes a certain threshold, whatever. I think it's, and we're talking about fixing it later if it's not right. So while we're here, we keep it limited and get it right as we can. And I think this does that.
Discussion going once, discussion going twice, 3 times. We'll move on to a vote. And with that, so we could do show of hands. This would substitute the main motion that we put on the main motion, which would become this. Okay. All right. So all in favor of the substitute motion, raise your hand. 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All opposed, raise your hand. All right, motion passes. So we're now on the new main motion, which is what we just adopted. Is there any discussion on this? Mr.
I call the question.
Second. Call the question in a second. All right, show of hands to call the question. All opposed? All right, that's 2/3. We're going to go ahead and move on to a vote. Roll call. Madam Secretary, whenever you're ready.
I want to just read out loud what it will say. Any or current former LNC member, as well as any conflicted party found to be acting in concert with said member to prevent inappropriate disclosures pursuant to the subsection above shall be denied any trade relationship with the LP. This shall be separate from any additional action under consideration or taken by the LNC due to the discovered malfeasance of personal, financial enrichment. Go now here, number 7. Mr. Boss.
Pass.
Mr. Chatterton.
Abstain.
Mr. Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
I will vote yes, Ms. Allison.
Pass.
Mr. Hurd.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
I hear you.
Yes.
Mr. Malagon.
Pass.
Mr. McGee.
Aye.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Yes.
Ms. Yanuskavich.
Yes.
Mr. Boss.
Abstain.
Ms. Housen.
Yes.
Mr. Malagon.
Aye.
Okay, Mr. Chair, is 1202,
Motion passes.
and I had asked to be recognized. I'm trying to scroll down here, but I'm moving to amend the agenda to move up Mr. Malagon's motion that he had noticed later. It was of a group of 3, so I've labeled it motion 2-2. It is related also to conflicts of interest, so it was related to the last one, and it was to add this last sentence that's on the screen, and I'd like to consider this one now. And I'll speak to my motion if there's a second.
Wait, I'm sorry, what was?
She's moving to amend, move this one now.
This one now.
What's this one? The one that's on the screen?
Yeah.
All right, there's a motion to consider the motion on the screen next.
Yes.
There's a second. Charles, like to speak to your motion?
So the motion
Wait,
right
did
now.
we approve, it's to amend the agenda, right?
Right, it's
yeah.
to amend the agenda, but I wanted to give a reason to, A, it's related, but B, there's very many members here who, A, I think the word consulting is very vague, but depending upon how we define it, there are members who are currently in the middle of this right now. If this passes, they need time to wrap it up. I will speak to myself personally. I'm under contract with the Libertarian Party of Florida. If the LNC passes this, they are passing and approving a breach of contract. So I will say, if we do move to consider this now, the first thing I will do is move a proviso for a later effective date to give everyone on the LNC time to wrap up any obligations that they have so that we're not causing any kind of breach of contract.
Was this seconded?
Yes.
It was. Mr. Reddown. Inquiry, whatever. What is the purpose behind this, Madam Secretary? You're moving this, why are we doing, why are we considering?
Why are we considering the amendment?
What's on the screen?
I didn't make the motion.
Okay.
She's moving to.
I want to consider it now.
I'm sorry, okay, all right. Okay.
It's in the same section.
It's in the same section, and there's upcoming contracts that will be in violation if this passes.
Section. New business or previous notice, so it's actually a different section.
No, but it's a conflict of interest. It's
She's
under
moving it up
conflicts of
because it's
interest.
under this, is what I was intentionally moving for. I mean, I have two questions before we're gonna get to this at some point, or maybe not. I guess what is the concern here would be my first question, and then I was actually going to, before I actually moved this, I was going to amend it before it was actually seconded, and it was going to include, because when I wrote it, it occurred to me that it could theoretically have implications. I don't think it did, but just to remove all doubt, it could have implications for Mr. McGee, for instance. He's the executive director of Alabama. And I don't believe it's a big position, but still to have it. So I was going to actually say, I was going to amend it to say, at the end, unless the member is also a resident and member of that state, in which case it would just be to prevent LNC members from providing consulting services where there might be a potential conflict of interest with other states. So my question, I guess, is what contracts could potentially be broken here before I guess.
Sure, I'll let you
Yeah.
know, Mr. Milligan. The Libertarian Party of Florida contracted with me to be their convention parliamentarian, which I actually don't consider a consulting service, but in 2 weeks. And they've been relying upon that for 2 weeks. So the first thing I would do is to move a proviso that this would go into effect in 3 weeks or something like that. And I can tell you my personal intent is not to provide any services to any other state after that time. But for the LNC to move for even one of its own members to have a breach of contract situation, I think is inappropriate. So I'd like the time to fulfill that contract, and I would give my word I have no problem with it being enforced after that. And I like your amendment.
We're getting a little bit of discussion on the actual motion, so let's keep it to whether or not we move this forward for discussion. So, Mr. Martin.
Yeah, so I gotta share with you guys what I told my region. They're really tired of this kind of crap. And don't get me wrong, like, this looks good on the surface.
Make sure, because I kind of allowed it, but I really should have.
Mr. Chair, absolutely.
Whether or not we consider this now, or because we're not actually discussing the motion.
Oh, we're discussing whether or not. Pardon me.
Whether or not we bump it up in the agenda.
Yeah. No, this is definitely, you know what, never mind, I yield my time.
Since we're already discussing it, I prefer that we go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, let's go ahead and go to a vote. The vote would be to consider this for discussion next on the agenda. All in favor, raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All opposed? All right, we are now into this item. Mr. Maldo made the motion, would require a second.
So before anyone seconds, I want it with the amendment that I was going to add.
So would not be with notice if you provide it with an amendment from the gate. I'm sorry, I just should have asked to be recognized, sir.
This is already without previous notice. So
No, it had previous notice.
Oh, I'm sorry, did it?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm just kidding. I was testing you. You passed. A plus. So I would amend this to, before it's moved, just to prevent any sort of anything, it would be just at the end.
Parliamentary inquiry, Madam Secretary, can he amend it?
No,
before-
you asked the chair.
Mr. Chair, can you confer with the secretary to find out whether or not this can be amended prior to its introduction and still be considered new business with notice?
Yeah, I don't think there's any way around that. Now, yeah, I concur with, Ms. Funk's point. It would have to be moved and seconded in order for it to be amended, because it has already been moved.
Thank you,
Okay, I will make I'll make the motion then.
All right, is there a second?
So I would like to, before I speak to my motion, I would like to amend the motion, and I would like it to read at the end. So after bylaws, instead of the period, comma, unless the member is also a resident and member of that state, period.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we're now in discussion of the amendment.
I will speak to them.
I'll let you. Yeah, the amendment.
I will speak to the motion by calling the question.
I think, motion on the question. Ms. Wall.
Yeah, but other people have their hand raised. If the amendment was made, they can't immediately then call.
He's calling the event.
I'm calling the question on the amendment, so we can just get to it as the main motion.
You move to amend.
You know what?
can't
Let's make that happen. We're all in agreement. We just want to talk about it, right? We don't have to drag it out. I'll yield my point. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You're right. I'll just waive my objection. There's no other objection.
Okay, so we're gonna call the question, is that?
No.
Just on the amendment, yeah, just on the amendment.
So I called the question on the amendment, not all previous questions, so we
Right.
can't actually discuss the main motion, which is now.
Correct. All right,
You know,
all in
once
favor
we
of
vote this.
the question on the amendment, raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. All right, we're gonna go ahead and vote on the amendment. So if you're in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. All opposed? All right, amendment passes. We're now on to the main motion. Wait, what's going on? Oh, wait, that was just on the, yeah, not on the amendment, right?
Yeah, amendment passed.
The amendment passed, so now this is the main motion, what's the whole thing, but it's still highlighted, but she's working. 'Cause
Yeah, I know.
She's typing with one hand.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
So I'll speak to the motion while
I'm
this
so
is going
confused.
on.
Wait, I just confused myself. Wait.
The amendment passed, we're now on the main motion, Mr. Chair.
Oh, this is all, okay, all right, gotcha. That was a lot of hands. I was like, reloading. I was like, okay, so,
Passed unanimously, look at that.
all right, so let's do it this way. I'll just go around the room and else. So we're gonna do,
Well, may I speak to the motion?
yes, go ahead, Steve.
Okay. So we kind of already got into it a little bit, that's fine. I mean, it seems that the secretary's in favor of this, which is good. I just, while we're doing conflict, I mean, she made this point early on, and I think it's very poignant that you could really go through the policy manual. I just kind of went through the most pressing things as I saw them and tried to submit as many changes as I could that would be beneficial to the LNC and kind of put us in a place where we are now gaining the trust of the membership again. She makes an interesting point about Florida, and there is already a contract. The chair of Florida is here, Mr. Johnson. Ironically, it defeats the purpose to wait until after the conflict has passed. But I mean, if there's a contract already, there's an understanding. I don't wish to hold that up or do that. I don't care about a proviso. If we want to do that, that's fine. I think it's just really important that we do set boundaries and a line between the LNC, your particular affiliate, whatever you do there, and then quote unquote meddling or providing services to any other affiliates that could be possibly beneficial to certain factions, certain members, etc. And I think we need a very clear distinction, a clear line between what LNC members do as their fiduciary duty, as their to the board versus to an affiliate or to a particular caucus or whatever. So that was the intention behind this motion. I yield the rest of my time.
I've got Marlo Starr, Daphne Thompson, Red Pepper.
Okay, I would like to move a proviso that this does not go into effect until mid-June. And,
Can we do a specific date? I'll second it if you have a date. for after the convention.
you guys aren't moving your convention, are you? So
June
June
6th through 8th.
15th, I'm just going to say, and the secretary agrees that if any conflict arises over the Florida convention, she will recuse herself from any vote.
I'll second that proviso. That's fine.
All right, we have a motion and a second, so now we are on the proviso amendment. Questions, proviso? Yes.
We will give that the needless question.
Sure.
I think, just for parliamentary purposes, does that proviso disappear once it's been effective?
Yes.
Okay, that's all.
All right, Martin, do you have your hand up for the proviso? Are you seeking to be recognized for the discuss the proviso?
Yeah, look, I've promised to help. This violates my regional agreement, the proviso and the entire thing. Just so you know, if the regionals are supposed to actually do their job and show up, they will be providing services. State chairs who call each other, provide information to each other. This is ridiculous. Services? This angers me, Mr. Chair. I am upset by this. This is an attack on the region. Once again, a weaponized policy. I yield.
Okay, so my question was, I know certain regions give stipends to regional reps to go to meetings. Does that fall in a conflict?
No, this is.
Reimbursement.
It's a reimbursement.
No, that's a contract.
So then also, yeah, because that's what I was asking. And then the other one is speaking at conventions. So some people on this board have been asked to speak at conventions. The state pays them to come. Does that count as well?
I
Are you
don't.
talking
But
fee or
it says
reimbursement?
compensated. So that's why I'm asking.
Motion to table all remaining business and adjourn for lunch.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and address Mr. Jackson's question. So that's not, if you're speaking, that's not a consulting service. You're not providing any service. You've been asked to speak.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that.
Ms. Harlow, discuss.
Okay, Mr. Martin, please, no, I'm not speaking down to you, because I know you're new on this body. I would urge you not to vote against the proviso, even if you ultimately vote against the entire thing, because at least you will not be countenancing a violation of a contract with Florida.
Thank you.
So, I understand your objection to the whole thing, but the proviso at least protects a contract that's in place.
Understood. Would it be possible to add to the proviso that?
Hold on, you're not recognizing yet. Yeah, I'll be next. Mr. Thompson?
I was wishing I was gonna speak for me.
Oh, okay. Okay, just one.
Would it be possible to add to the proviso that, actually, I don't know if we can even do this. You can't change the regional agreements. You can't protect it. This is against the bylaw, so I have to object to the consideration of this motion.
I would call it in order. I don't think it's.
I would appeal the ruling of the chair. You're right. I withdraw my appeal. I apologize. I find this very troubling.
Is there any more discussion on the amendment to add the proviso?
Yes.
All right, hearing none. Is there any objection to the proviso? All right, hearing none, we've adopted the amendment. So we're now back on the main motion. So I'm going to go down the order of hands that was before. I think, do I have Dassey? All right, so Thompson. Oh, you can speak. Doug.
So I wanted to also clarify with this, so sometimes states ask for advisement on IT matters. If it's not my own state, am I no longer, just so that I know, I'm not supposed to do that anymore? Should I not be advising on any IT matters to other states?
I would say that falls into that you're consulting for a different state, and there could be, and it's not a slight on you. I'm sure, you're fine at what you do, but it's to prevent, this is just an overall kind of umbrella thing to prevent any sort of, for all we know, you can manipulate tech or help them with something to help them for a convention or do something, I'm not saying that you're doing that, but it's to prevent any sort of that kind of potential malfeasance. I'm trying to cover, when I went through the PM, it was to prevent all potential types of malfeasance and draw a clear distinct line between the LNC and other affiliates outside of your own. So of course you should be able to help Texas, but you know, what if a different state wants your services for whatever reason? So that was the intention behind this. So that would prevent you from doing consulting services voluntarily, whether they're voluntary or otherwise, for other states. Correct.
Understood. Thompson, Redpath, Mark, Johnson, Harlow, without objection, Mr. McMahon from the gallery, and then Mr. Ford. So, Mr. Ford.
Yeah, I would encourage everyone to vote this down, please. So in this regard, hypothetical, right? If he provided some IT consulting services to Louisiana, that is a benefit. It's not malfeasance. It's not harming the organization. We don't really have enough volunteers in the Libertarian Party to have expertise in certain areas to wall them off to their states. Right? Like I have done consulting on voluntary basis for certain things like affiliates. It was not harmful to the party, or harmful to the state. I think it is a bad thing to do. I think it would prevent a lot of good work.
I am even more lost than usual right now. What's the problem that this is trying to address? Number one, I'd like to know that. Number two, what about ballot access? Does this mean that I can't work with various states? I talk ballot access with a number of states, not so much right now, but during election years, most definitely. I mean, would that be viewed as consulting? I'm consulting with other states on ballot access. But what's the problem? What is the problem that this motion is trying to address?
General conflicts of interest. I mean, you're on the ballot access. Well, you're not now. I mean, you were and you would be again. It's a ballot access here. It's an LNC driven. Mr. Thompson makes a fair point. I just brought this. It's up to the board to decide. I was just going through and trying to figure out and trying to wall off any potential conflicts of interest where it could be seen that the LNC is meddling in other states for some sort of potential gain for a particular faction or for a particular end or purpose. So that was the only intention here. The LNC is welcome to vote it down. I just presented it. Mr. Thompson makes a fair point. You know, we are limited in certain things, but it doesn't mean that I would never accuse Mr. Dar of being, I mean, he's as a straight shooter as they come. But, you know, this doesn't mean that it can't happen or it's not happening now in certain elements or respects. So that's it. The LNC is welcome to vote for it. I think it's a good wall off from the LNC to everyone else, but it's up to you guys to decide. It's up to the body.
Hey guys, feds are real. Let me tell you something about this. This, Mr. Chairman, this would shut us down. This would violate our regional agreements and violate our bylaws. And in combination with some of the other crap that we've passed, which seems very well intended, if we pass this, we will cut off the ability to do business with vendors in general. This is bad. And let me tell you how I got here, guys. I went to my region with an idea. I told them, how about I come and back you up? How about I come and speak to your state legislatures on some basic bitch libertarian principles? And how about I come help you kill some bills and move the needle?
Is this germane to the motion?
Yes, it is, because this is part of
the chair, Mr. Chair.
You haven't heard it yet.
I was almost going to actually say something. I know you're very passionate.
Pardon me. This is about a consulting service I am providing to 15 states. Okay? Currently, this targets me. And let me tell you, I promise to go help them fight bad bills, redeem our name in the eyes of people by showing up where the real fight is, which isn't in this room, it's in our capitals. I'm showing up and bullying these stupid politicians who are way worse than all you guys. This is funny. You guys don't know what real evil is. If you think the evil is sitting at this table, you are mistaken. The reality here is this is an overreaction, and a really unfortunate and immature overreaction from somebody who is very intelligent, very capable, very talented, but unfortunately has misunderstood the situation. This will hurt. We can't do this. I will go and I will do this, whether you guys ban it or not, because I will fight the fight for liberty. I will fight these gun bills. I will fight the fight against free speech. I will go and show up in my states and do this, whether it's paid or not, because I gave my word and I will keep my contract and I will not accept a proviso that will tell me I can stop. I gave my word to 15 states that I will show up as a member of the LNC and help them. And they are applauding. You can hear it through the camera. You guys need to understand that they feel like you're making war on them, and we have to stop this behavior. You want to fix member trust? Stop attacking your most dedicated activists. Who do you think doesn't trust you? The general public? They don't care about you. It's us. And you're talking to one of the people whose trust you've broken. And how have I been treated in this meeting? I had a real suggestion. And I warned you that we would waste time on a dozen weaponized policy amendments, or we could have figured out how to get contractors that actually implement PDR, win elections in states, and do what I'm suggesting, go before the legislatures and fight for our people and their rights and show the American people that we stand for something, for God's sake.
I'm gonna stand right now. This is Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
I will too. Sir, I object to this. This is something we should not consider, and we need to vote it down right now.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin. Mr. Johnson.
I don't know how I'm gonna follow that up.
Much love, I'm sorry. I get
Must
it.
be the brevity there. So Mr. Dar provided a hypothetical. I'm not gonna provide a hypothetical. I'm gonna provide an actual. I own a digital marketing company that does website design and digital marketing. I can't be the only one. I know I'm not. An amendment like this is telling me that if LP Fulton County in Georgia wants me to redo their website, I can't freaking do that. You're kneecapping my paycheck, and I don't like that. Your state, no, so That's at Fulton County, Georgia. So if Atlanta, Georgia wants me to redesign their website and implement Nation Builder because I've done that for Florida, that's a hypothetical, but you're kneecapping my income.
They would, correct, yes.
You're kneecapping my income, and that's not libertarian at all, in my opinion.
This is part of the conflict.
But you're not wrong.
Okay, I have a potential amendment because, I mean, Mr. Martin, I appreciate your passion, but I also understand what Mr. Malagon is getting with this, in fact, happened in Michigan, when there was a dispute over delegates and the LNC was going to vote to encumber $5,000. I was their convention parliamentarian. I recused myself from, I didn't even attend that executive session. So perhaps an acceptable amendment would be, I'm kind of working this out in my head, would be to add to the end, unless such services are timely disclosed with the, I'm not wording this great probably, with the LNC having ample opportunity to disapprove. Yeah, unless such services are timely disclosed, might handle it, because I think it's already implied that if someone discloses a conflict of interest, that the LNC could then prohibit that member from doing that action. So just to give Florida as an example, I disclosed it back in January, which is when I was contracted. So if anyone was contracted with anything, the minute you disclose it, and then the LNC would have an opportunity to determine, is this really a risk? So this is my amendment. It's not worded the best.
I'll go in a second. Okay, so you had a second.
I have a point of inquiry. The secretary made she just said something, and I don't, where are we allowed to, so if someone releases a potential conflict of interest, where does it say that the LNC can?
I think that's under our plenary control of the party.
Oh, but I'm sorry, my question, I guess, is, it's not something like in the policy manual that exists.
No,
You're saying it's an implied.
Yeah, I think it's
an implied action. I see.
So, Roland Harlow's amendment, Mr. Foster, was that a second?
That was not a second.
Okay.
I'm waiting for the second to actually discuss it.
Is there a second?
Yes. Doesn't Robert state that you cannot force a recusal?
None of this says you can force it. As far as the Florida thing, I voluntarily
Right,
agree.
as with the example you gave of Michigan as well, which was voluntary, but.
It was voluntary.
But to Mr. Malagon's point, the consideration of, is it actually implied that the
That wasn't my suggestion. I think the LNC can say, you providing those services are in conflict with your duties as a board member and you need to choose. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. My sense is that's implied. Like, I'm just using you as an example because you started talking to me. Where you say, if you said, I'm going to go work for whoever was running against the Libertarian candidate for governor.
Everybody stop. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying here, Paul. I understand his interest, I don't know. I'm not prepared to make a ruling. So we do have a motion that is being presented, and we need a second for go to discussion.
Second.
Okay, we have a second, Mr. Voss, then Mr. Thompson.
Okay. Your amendment to this, it sounds like we're just saying if you have a potential conflict of interest, disclose it, which you already have. That's my comment.
Well, that was going to be my question, actually. What does this do?
Go cross talk, yeah, let's let it finish and then we'll go around the room and I'll recognize Mr. Thompson.
Yes, so might as well just put the whole thing down.
Right.
So my preference on this is to vote in favor of Ms. Harlow's amendment and then promptly and thoroughly vote the entire thing down. But also we have a hard stop, I think, about 15 minutes, so that we can please get on with it.
30 minutes.
2:45 minutes. 25 minutes.
I moved to
Oh, sorry.
Oh, thank you. The amendment defeats the purpose of the thing. So again, I just brought it up as I told Mr. Redpath, I was just telling Mr. Johnson, this wasn't an attack on anyone. It's up to the board. You can make a decision as to what I was going through as much as I could for the policy manual. This was going to be an uncomfortable one. It's fine. Some people are very passionate about it. Others are not. It's whatever, it's up to you guys to decide. I think that there should be a distinction and that the LNC should decide that, you're going to be on the LNC or you're going to provide these services or do whatever, because when we've seen what happens when worlds collide, it's not great. And it's not an attack on anybody specifically. It's just it was a general observation. And I thought that it would be good to bring forward. You guys can, if the amendment passes, there's no point for the entire, Mr. Boss had hit the nail on the head. Amendment passes, the rest of it doesn't matter. The whole thing is pointless. So it's really up to this board to decide. I did what I thought was my due diligence when I was going through and trying to make some of these corrections. If I'm still recognized, I'll call a question because we do have to get moving along, and people already have decided what they're going to do. All previous questions, that's what I meant. I was moving my throat.
There's a motion and a second to call all previous questions. There's an objection, so we'll go ahead and vote. All in favor of calling all previous questions, raise your hand. 7, 8, 9. All opposed? All right, that's 2/3. We're going to go ahead and vote on the Carlos amendment first. All in favor of the Carlos amendment, please raise your hand. 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. All opposed? 2, 3. All right, amendment passes. So now we are back on the main policy manual amendment. As amended. Excuse me, as amended. This is the main motion, which we will do through a roll call vote.
Corrections, 3.
Yours 3, I'll change it. Okay, so this is as the main moment, the main motion as amended, Mr. Voss.
No.
Mr. Chatterton.
No.
Mr. Dar.
No.
Whoops. Mr. Dassing.
No.
Mr. Ford.
No.
I'm gonna pass. Ms. Housley.
No.
Mr. Hurd.
No.
Mr. Martin.
No.
Mr. Malagon. Mr. McGee. Mr. Redpath.
Point of order, I thought he couldn't vote against his own motion.
It was an amendment.
Because it's an amendment.
So because it defeats the purpose now.
Sorry. I will vote yes on this.
But also hilarious.
No, we're on
No,
We're on the motion.
Okay.
as amended.
As amended.
No.
Mr. Thompson.
It's very close, so I'm gonna say no.
Ms. Yaniscavich. I'm sorry?
No.
I pass, I'm going to abstain. Mr. Nikela, it is 013-1.
Motion fails. So according to the orders of the day, we are back on.
Back on the next.
Yesterday's PM.
Which would,
Common sense, motion number 7.
There's 9 of them.
This one should be super easy.
don't say that. Don't say that.
He said jinxing the whole thing.
Is it time at this point before we start another one to discuss how we're going to carry out the meeting? It's still a significant hangover.
So,
Yeah, you hangover. Sure. How are we going to handle? We need to get out of here about.
as soon as this is done, I'm going to move to adjourn.
So it's
Or recess.
Out of your neighbor night?
Well, I mean, we've got someone meeting us a couple minutes before 3. We have to get all our stuff out of it. Don't suggest leaving our stuff here, because this will not be a card in the room, okay? And, people's got to, is it time to, however we're going to call the meeting, to do it now, or whatever mechanism we're going to use to carry this forward.
Give me the hard time that we're gonna get out of it.
I would say about 2:32.
I will move to recess at the call of the chair.
Call the chair. I move to address now, on the agenda, to just discuss December LNC meeting by Mr. Maladon, and scheduled for 10 minutes. I would think that would be something worth discussing at this point.
I'll do that. I'll withdraw. There was no second. There was no second. I didn't hear a second. I can do that. That's fine. It'll take like 3 minutes. So we can do that and then knock it out.
December, okay. Is there a second to?
I'll second.
Mr. Redpath's motion?
Just did.
Motion made, second. Any opposition?
Yeah.
All right, no opposition to that motion.
Okay, so really quickly, I've spoken with the chair about where the next LNC meeting will be. He has graciously allowed it to, he's going to do it for California in December. It's going to be in the Bay Area. I don't have the specifics yet. I will get those pretty soon to everybody. You'll have the benefit of the most successful time that the LNC had a fundraiser was California and Orange County. We had a turnout. Yesterday was a good turnout, actually, but we had a turnout down there about 80, 85. The LPCA at the time kind of didn't take any funds, gave everything to the LNC. All the fundraising that was done was there. It's also the backyard in the Bay Area is near the backyard of some of our biggest donors in the party. So it gives us an opportunity while we're talking about the budget, what we're going to do, planning for the future to accommodate that. So it was very gracious of him. So I just wanted to kind of give everyone an update on that. And as more details come out as far as what we do, like where it's going to be held specifically and all that stuff, that'll come out in due time.
Question. Is this meant to be the next in-person LNC meeting?
I believe it would be, yes, it would be December. The budget meeting is always in December, and it's I don't think there would be another in-person meeting between now and December.
Okay, and do you have specific dates?
So that was one of the things I was going to bring up. Sorry about that. So last time we did it traditionally, so obviously with Christmas and all of that being around that time, I would think that, I mean, we have to schedule it for whatever so it'd either be the first week in December, which would be the 6th and the 7th, or the second weekend of December, the 13th and the 14th. And that's really, I think the 20th and the 27th are off. So it has to be the first 2 weeks of December. I believe last time we did it the second week of December. I can figure out either, but depending on what the majority thinks that they can do, whether it's the 6th or the 7th, 13th, 14th, that's kind of the dates that we're looking at. So we'd have to obviously go with the majority, make sure that we have quorum for that, and I can start making appropriate arrangements and all that.
In California, may very well be the best solution. I did why the last time. I would suggest that, particularly given that there was a conversation about the dates of the next convention, that we be open to, number one, there's plenty of states that have never had LNC. And number two, that we look to, and maybe going to be an official conversation we're going to have the 2020 presidential, that we consider that as a potential. I don't know that we're in any rush, right? That's something we usually do by email. I think California may just be very well the best choice, but I think there's plenty of areas that have never had that. And we've seen positive impact of having commissions. So I'm just gonna ask that we perhaps defer the conversation, and put it out into the
Ms. Martin? I move that we postpone all business to the call of the chair and adjourn.
Is it adjourned or is it recessed?
Recess to call.
A recess is when you stay in the same location for a limited period. of
Adjourn.
time.
Sure. So it's adjourned at the call
I
of the
would
chair.
argue recess is the correct, language, as we're recessing. Oh, I'm sorry.
We're postponing all business to a future meeting at your call.
Robert's reference, that is not the.
We're postponing, not tabling, but postponing all business to a future meeting.
I don't think postpone is the correct modern term. I don't think that's.
I believe that is the only term that would transfer it to a new meeting.
No, recess.
It would be an adjourn at the call of the chair, which is something I would say I would do. Ms. Harlow disagrees with that now, but it is a special rule of order. We've done this in the past. It's not a big deal. We will take, and it will allow the LNC members without having to go through a vote and bring them back on and do whatever. We still have a lot to get through. It's not like we're adjourning early. Mr. Ford has, scheduled a tour. We didn't get through a lot of the stuff. We have to just do it now, and just do it. So it is what it is. We're allowed to do business via teleconference. This seems like the best solution. We've done it in the past.
Recess is when the same meeting is continued. Postpone is when it goes into a different meeting. Postpone, we can put a different date on it and we can have a new meeting to address the same agenda. Recess means the same meeting gets continued.
At the same location.
At the same location, and that's important, right? So if we want to address this via Zoom, we cannot recess. We must adjourn.
So,
So here's my ruling. Recess, and this is how I'm gonna rule on it. Of course, I can be overturned. But I'm gonna say recess would be the only option that's in order, because it's the only one that, it's basically an intermission in a meeting, where adjournment means we close the meeting entirely by moving to adjourn.
Or so recess to call the chair is what I would, so that would be the motion.
Postponing is in.
So recess at the call of the chair,
Correct.
and the notice is.
So you can send us an email, so we have the call, so the motion would be to recess at the call of the chair. You would let us know when you're continuing the virtual meeting.
Would you guys be cool with Sunday, June 1st, which is when our next LNC meeting is anyway, at 7 p.m. And that gives us 30 days, so that in July, we can have our next meeting, so we close on Sunday. It would allow us to get our next one 30 days out.
What time on June 1st?
7 p.m.
Eastern. So I'll move to recess for June 1st.
Wait.
Until June 1st.
It would be at the same location.
At 7.
No, online. Do it online.
So, yes, I moved to recess to an online meeting on June 1st at 7 p.m. Eastern time.
Right, so second.
This meeting, we previously adopted a policy manual measure specifically address adjourning from an in-person meeting to online.
The one you're thinking of, well, there's a policy manual that was essentially.
Allow us to continue a regular meeting. There's the element, we're setting up a separate meeting as a special meeting, and it can't be a continuation.
And that's why it's not a special meeting, it's a recess.
I am.
It needs to be a special meeting. It can't be the same one. It's not the same location. It violates Robert's rules that way. Postpone. Oh, I'm sorry, Brett. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the point of order I'm going to raise. A recess is a short intermission or break within a meeting that does not end the meeting or restore its continuity as a single gathering, after which proceedings are immediately resumed to the point where they were interrupted. During the recess, members may leave the hall in which the meeting is being held, but they are expected to remain nearby. A recess frequently has a purpose connected with the meeting itself. We are not remaining nearby. It is not a recess.
So it is an adjournment.
Postpone and adjourn.
Is that Robert?
Yes.
So the proper procedure here is to postpone.
Because they're not going to do it in Arkansas or some other state, it's just online?
Yeah, we can do it online. We just have to postpone it, and then if it goes to the next special meeting, you can add that to the agenda. So we postpone it to the next meeting, and then adjourn this meeting.
Number
Okay,
5.
so then to be in order, I'm speaking with the parliamentarian now, so it would be, I would adjourn to continue to a continued meeting, which would be this meeting, so that we can pick up where we left off for June 1st, 7 p.m. So Sunday, June 1st, 7 p.m. Eastern time. And it would be via teleconference, which we are allowed to do per our bylaws. And it was, that's what we would do. And we've done this in the past. It should not be hard, guys. We can't, how can we not get such easy stuff done? We need to do this like now.
I'm raising an additional point of order. My point of order is that our policy manual defines online meetings as special meetings. Our bylaws have regular meetings. Regular meetings and special meetings are not the same thing. You cannot adjourn a regular meeting to a special meeting. In order to do this, we would need to amend the policy manual. And the policy manual specifically says that online meetings are special meetings. You cannot make one thing another. You can't make a zebra into an elephant. It just cannot happen.
Then how about I revise my motion just to adjourn?
We just approved a specific policy manual amendment that says this is initiated from a regular meeting versus.
Show me that policy manual amendment.
Either way, we have the power to adopt special rules of order here. So it should be, and again.
Without notice, it would require a majority of the entire LNC.
What if we just motion to adjourn and left it undone?
So if we have a majority, so it's part of the motion. So if we have a majority, so if everyone agrees, then we're good.
A majority of the entire LNC would require 10 votes.
Okay, so.
That would be a proper motion.
Why do we have to worry about this? Can we just agendize all of this?
Yeah.
Pretty much the same thing.
What the concern is, let's get the elephant out. What the concern is that there are certain members who missed this meeting that will be considered to have auto-resigned once we adjourn this meeting. I don't mind giving them names if people would want them.
Yeah.
Okay, so, no, you're here.
I said, what's the meeting?
That would be Mr. Bracco, that would be Mr. Nana, and that would be Ms. Hayes. And then one strike against them would be Mr. Benson and Mr. Watkins and Mr. Lamb.
Alternates are included?
Yes, they are.
So this just makes it easy. We don't have to do the whole thing. Ms. Hayes would get reappointed. It wouldn't be a big deal, but we can, let's not punish Mr. Nana and Mr. Bracco.
I'll just revise my motion to a motion to adjourn.
Hold on, I think yours is motion second, so.
Yeah.
So basically, my opinion, somebody can try to overturn my ruling, but I'm gonna rule that it's in order because I do believe it's basically a continuation of the current meeting. And so if more than 10 people agree, then it's blessed by the board essentially. So if there's no further discussion, we can vote on it and see what happens.
I don't understand where we're at parliamentarily, so are you saying that as long as 10 people vote for it, it's okay? Because I would agree with you as long as more than 10 people.
Exactly.
I would object this, object to what, I could appeal the ruling if you want, but I'm just saying there's like a coherency issue here because this is not going to be the same meeting continued online.
It would be.
No, it's going to be a different meeting 30 days later that we have time to
It's not 30
potentially.
days later, it's June 1st.
It would be a continuation of this session to the June 1st. Basically, we would reconvene online.
But it would be in a different location with no continuity, so it's an abuse of the recess to use it this way.
You're telling that.
Look, I worked really hard.
I know.
You know, I came a really long way.
But
And
it's not being recognized right now, so please. So we're gonna go ahead, unless there's any other points of order, anything else.
Sorry, one more.
Put all that up there.
I'm still unclear as to your ruling. Is your ruling no matter what the vote is, it is, or is your ruling that as long as 10 members plus it? Okay, because I agree with that.
Yeah, so let's go, if it gets 10 votes, then great, if not, go back to drawing board. All right, so all in favor?
I have not appealed your ruling.
I understand. I know, but all in favor of the motion that, to basically go on to June 1st meeting? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it is in order, and we did it by the book, and we'll
Yep,
see
that's
you
by
guys
the
all
book.
on June 1st.
Cool.
Okay, all right.
Much love, everybody. We got through it. We made it. We're live.
Motion number 7, up and running. June 1st.
All right, well, everybody should have it.